Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Coach U 2022 in person. And for those of you who are not with us today, hello to everybody from BC to Newfoundland who are coming in virtually. We wish that you were here, that's for sure, but we're glad that you guys are here. We have a great program the next couple of days. We have an amazing education committee led by Gloria Tone, who's about to give a presentation in a moment, and a great team of people who reach out to our members and to make sure that the program that we're delivering to you is something that you need to hear, that it's current. And speaking of current, everyone has something in their mind, I think, that they came to this 2 days with, that they want a problem solved. It could be a pain point in operations right now. It could be something that you're dealing with staffing. It can be something in communication, that you have a problem communicating up or down or around within your organization. And what we're going to do is we're going to list on this flip chart some of the things that you want answers to in this next couple of days. So if we, anyone can start, I'd like to just open the floor up and ask you to give us some topics that we probably want to digest over the next couple of days. So anyone want to start? Diana, hi. Good, good. Nice to see you. Oh, everybody's call center is just running tickety-boo. There's not a problem, never an employee problem. The staffing is great, right? I know that that's something that we're actually going to cover today for sure, but that is definitely, it's top of mind I mean, it has been for the last couple of years. There was a lot of remotes before we had the COVID come in and join the party, but yeah, a lot of people have gone remote, so that's really important. And anyone else? Resistance? Anyone else? Absenteeism. Absenteeism? Oh, yeah, the remote. Okay, I'm just going to put remote. That's a good word. Motivation. We've got a good start. Hi, Kelly. Just seeing people that just came in. We do have a good start, and I know that the program that we're delivering today, when we reached out and did the survey and the supervisor listserv, a lot of these topics came back from you guys. So I think we're on point with what we're delivering, and without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speakers today. Gloria Tone. She's the Employee Experience Advisor at Intercon Messaging. She's in Drayton Valley, Alberta, where she's worked inspiring her team for the last 19 years. She's always on a quest to learn new ways to inspire the people in her life to be the best versions of themselves. She's had the pleasure of working with CAMEX now for a number of years on the Education Committee, and it's my pleasure to have been working so closely with her. I'm really, I just love you. Nadine Sanz-Cartier, she's also with Intercon Messaging and has been since 2008, but she's been a remote operator since 2010. And she's been the quality control, I would say, chief for quite a number of years. And it's interesting because she is remote, yet she is the quality assurance guru at Intercon. And I know from firsthand experience how well she does her job, because she's been working with mentoring for CAMEX since 2016. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Gloria and Nadine.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? You have to bear with me for a moment while I get this handy thing here going.
Hello. Oh,
There we go.
we're good.
So we're going to be talking about managing conflicts, conversations, and personal growth today. And we're going to jump right into it. I'm sure that it's something that we all face and we all have to deal with on a day in and day out basis. And we're going to hopefully walk away with learning how to look at conflict as both a coaching opportunity and a learning opportunity, and make sure that you're coaching your team towards cohesiveness, not divisiveness. So we're going to jump right into this. Oh, whoops.
Double click.
Yep. I got to be smarter than the equipment here. Can I get some help, please? Apparently I'm not double clicking fast enough. It's first session, first day. It's Murphy's Law. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. That dang Murphy. No offense to any Murphys. Oh,
All right. Now we're just
Active behavior. So people go, can I just vent for a minute? I go, why? What's your goal? I want to feel better. Oh, if that's your goal, I have an evidence-based, scientifically proven way to feel better. Doesn't involve venting. Self-reflect, that leads us to personal accountability, which is the foundation. Personal accountability, according to all the research, is our #1 indicator influence of happiness. So why not try that? Let's toggle up.
yeah. So Cy Wakeman says it best. I just want to.
Folks,
okay.
you don't have
Now we're stuck on this. Here, hang on. Let me try this.
Folks, you don't have to.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Here comes tech.
Yep. I would be lost without you.
Folks,
Okay, there we go.
Thank you very much. So for our people who like to have an itinerary and a little bit of a plan on what's going on, we're going to be doing some introductions, and then we're going to jump into an activity here right away. I believe that the brain that does the work learns the lessons. So we're going to be moving, we're going to be shaking, we're going to be meeting lots of new people, and we hope that everybody walks away with lots of fun stuff. So over to Nadine.
So for round one.
Our
not
sound
sure.
heroes. Is this better if I put my mouth closer? Speak directly into the mic. Thank you very
Keep
much.
us posted. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So for round one, we're going to pick a random person around the room that we do not know, and we're going to ask them a few questions. So the first one would be your favorite book. So Gloria, what's your favorite book?
I'm good off the fly, off the seat of my pants. I'm going to pick The 5 Love Languages. I've given it away 7 times. I've bought it 8 times.
Yeah, I think you gave me a copy.
Yep.
Yeah. Mine, Bridge to Terabithia. It's a classic. The next one is Guilty Pleasure. What is yours?
I love chips. I really love chips.
Yeah. Mine, some people might not know, but it's Sean Desmond. My guilty pleasure. My fiance laughs at me every time. And then the last one, why you love this industry.
For situations like this, new faces, new connections, new friends, new mentors, new things to learn. I love it all.
Same. People. I love people. So if you guys want to get up, meet somebody you don't know, ask these questions, get to know each other. We'll take 5 minutes on this. So now what we're going to do is you're going to move around, We're going to go meet some more people and head on to round 2. They've started talking Pardon? Yeah, okay. Aw, I wanted to share the last one. Oh, wow. I mean, I've only give them all the tidbits that nobody gave me. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. 2-minute warning. I'll just do the rounds. I'll ask you the questions and answer. It works. Again, flying off. All right, that was 5 minutes. Okay, so so since Glory and I would also like to be involved, I'm going to ask her these questions too. So Glory, what is your favorite movie?
Oh dear. To quote my favorite movie, it's all happening. Almost Famous.
Ah, I never did finish it.
Love it.
Mine is Usual Suspects.
Kaiser Sose.
Yes, yes, best ending ever. Favorite productive thing to do at work?
Exactly what we were just doing. Walking around, connecting with my team.
Mine's listening to calls, which is what I do. Lucky I love it. Type of pet and name.
Oh dear, I've got a 8-year-old Old English bulldog named Belladonna who is like our child. She's so spoiled, it's disgusting.
I've got a 5-month-old red-bone coonhound named Dutch. Oh. So now we are going to go on to round 3. We're going to do the same thing. Go ahead and meet somebody new. And we'll set the timer for another 5 minutes. 1 minute warning. Last thing I want is somebody tripping. All right, that's 5 minutes. So if you guys want to start making your way back to your original seats, and while we do that, it's so nice to hear. I really like it. So as you guys are making your ways to your seats, I'm going to ask you, Gloria, where's your next vacation spot?
Oh, well, my family goes away every second year for Christmas. We made that commitment, so now I'm thinking about somewhere warm. I'm not really sure, except for I know it needs to be warm.
All right. Well, every year in June, we go away for my fiance's birthday, and the last 3 years it's been Manitoulin, so we're probably going to go back this year, which is beautiful. If you were chilling, what would you be doing?
Well, it would either be playing music, listening to music, talking about music, something music related. How about you?
Nice. Right now, these days, if I was at home chilling right now, I'd probably be sitting with my dog. I've been rewatching The OC, so it's interesting watching it as an adult. So yeah.
So that was great energy, you guys, and that was a phenomenal example of engagement. It's really easy to ask very simple questions just to get to know each other. It doesn't have to be work, 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 hustle, hustle, hustle before you build that connection with people. You guys can feel it. It's already lighter in the room.
I do that with every new hire because I do the call quality. So anytime I start the orientation, I always start out with questions to get to know them.
So we're going to dive into now some interpersonal sophistication. What is interpersonal sophistication? So the the phrase was coined from a book called CEO Excellence, and it's a lifelong journey. Basically, it's emotional intelligence in a professional, conscious manner on how we manage our relationships. The more we practice, the more we get from it. How do I get it? Awareness, consciousness, and going into our conversations with the goal of understanding and not being right. Am I willing to do the work? Am I willing to maybe make up a different story about somebody? I have a bias because we all look at the world through our own filters, experiences, and values. So I may have a bias that I'm not even aware of. It could be a blind spot. Am I willing to do the work to change that? And the last one is, how do I rate right now? How do I increase my score on interpersonal sophistication? So if that's something that is important to me for my growth professionally and maybe even personally because I'm interested in it, how do I build and develop these areas where not many people have even heard of interpersonal sophistication? Better yet, know how to develop and change it. So right now, I've got Nadine passing around our next activity, and this is going to be the guts of what we're diving into here today. Anybody who is joining us virtually, I ask that you download the assessment. It was sent to you via the Coach U email. I believe Linda just sent it out. You should have access to that. And we're going to explain it here a little bit.
Yeah, so I've passed around the assessments, and as Gloria said, if you are joining us remotely, please print that off and join us in doing the assessment. So the assessment is rated on a 5 to 1 scale. So 5, I am most confident with this skill. 1 is I am completely unfamiliar or uncomfortable with this skill. We will spend the next 10 minutes completing the assessment. If you finish early, please feel welcome to grab a stretch or a drink and let everybody else take the time to complete it. So I will set the timer because Linda's not here. So you have 10 minutes starting now.
And to review, remember 5 is most like me, 1 is least like me, or I'm least uncomfortable with.
Giving you guys a 2-minute warning.
So although I look around and I see it looks like most people are done, we're going to allow space for our reflective thinkers and learners right now to finish up in the last 2 minutes. So I think that you guys can all identify that all of these aspects can be under the umbrella of emotional intelligence as well. And all of this stuff is all learned in a different place in the brain. It's not like IQ, it's not like sports where you push through and you train your muscles to do a new sport and produce a new condition. This is only learned through peeling back the layers of the onion, looking at it, facing yourself with your own truths, taking the next dive, going a little bit deeper. So with that being said, understanding that our brains default to our protective fight or flight response. When we want to get into interpersonal sophistication, the most difficult work is going from react to making a conscious choice of how I want to deal with this situation moving forward, instead of off the trigger, off the cuff, you're wrong, I'm right type of thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you guys didn't notice, I went around and put a card on everybody's table. So these are the subjects of interpersonal sophistication. Whichever section you feel that you need growth in, please go to that table. So for example, over here we've got 8 and 9, which is expressive skills, open to provide and receive feedback. So as you noticed on the sheet, there is a number beside every section. So the ones that you feel that you want to work on, go ahead, move to that table. And we will be spending 20 minutes on this so that everybody in the group has the opportunity to share. Please make sure to choose a note taker. That way we can share our findings with the rest of the group when we get back together.
So this is the invitation to become uncomfortable, you guys. This is, we only grow on the tough runs, so.
All right, so looks like everybody's kind of find their spot, so I will set the 20-minute timer.
All of the people joining us virtually, I would invite you to, although you can't participate in the group, you can definitely bear witness to it. And if you're willing, we would love for you to share what you've discovered or what your growth opportunity is with Linda. You can email it back to her and reply what your biggest takeaway is or growth opportunity is. I love that. If there's no room at your table, if you've got a second area that you're willing to work on to even out the groups, I would appreciate that. If that's the area, then scoot more tables around. More chairs? Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, of course. So if some people don't fully understand, we want you guys to kind of discuss your ideas and ways of growing in that area. And somebody can take a note and we can discuss it as a group.
Yeah, so first sharing maybe what your biggest growth opportunity is and how you feel like you could grow and develop your skill in that area.
Have that written, right? You had that written somewhere.
Based on subjects of the growth assessment.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Just giving you guys a 5-minute warning. All right, just going to give you guys a 2-minute warning.
Okay, everybody, time is up. For the next portion, and to summarize everything that we've discussed, I'm going to ask Nadine to walk around, and whoever your guys' note taker was,
If you didn't write any notes or
That's
you don't
okay.
have too many, you can still kind of give us an understanding of what was discussed.
That's right. So to share with the entire group, I ask that you share your name, what the subject was that you guys discussed, and share with the rest of the team what your takeaways were.
All right, so we're going to start with this table.
Yeah, sure. I can do it, sure. Hi, everyone. So my name is Nitin. I work at On Call Center in Ottawa. I work from home, but I work for On Call. Our topics were 10 and 11 on the sheet, which is cooperation and collaboration, and awareness and commitment to interpersonal competence. So we don't have really extensive notes by any means, but with cooperation and collaboration, I think one of the challenges we found is that we work very independently. Our roles are independent, especially in a remote world. You're sort of in your own space. So one of the things we discussed is, even though our jobs may be day-to-day and task-oriented or anything like that, there's still a creative element to it. So deciding to, when that creative idea comes up, deciding to share that with someone that you look to or someone who's a leader and asking them about their thoughts on it, collaborating with them on those ideas, see how you can make it better. We thought that's like a great tool to use to really start connecting with your team and with others. And I think that could apply with leaders to agents as well. So if something's changing in a script, getting feedback from the team as an example, to say, hey, what do you guys think about this? We think we want to change this and adjust this so it makes things better for you. So those are a couple of ideas we had in terms of just collaboration, being able to connect more with your team. And then in terms of topic 11, awareness and commitment to interpersonal competence, found that a lot of performance-based things are always discussed, but there's not enough time discussing how the situation went on an emotional level or our response to it. So I think more day-to-day connection on that, like how did you feel? Even having a coaching session where somebody had really bad scores, for example, at the end of it giving them some good advice, saying, hey, you have these skills, you just need to be consistent. How do you feel about this session? Is there something I could have done better for you? So that there's just more of a connection with the individual. And it shows them that you're there for them, and just that connection gets built with them, with that awareness. And then the other item we just discussed is like self-rating. Again, we felt that unless the core values of the company are really stressed a lot, you can lose sight of it at times. But we thought that's like a good north to always go to. So whenever you're unsure of how to act in the field, or if you're congruent with the culture or what the leaders may be looking for, and just being a professional, I think we found that going to your core values and just revisiting those and saying, how can I manage the situation that really aligns with the culture of our organization, or the culture in general, and our core values. And I think that was generally the gist of what we put together. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to move on to 8 and 9.
Yay! I'm the one that started writing first. We discussed feedback. I'm Diana with Keystone Answering Service. We are in Newtown, Pennsylvania. First time in Canada. Feedback. So giving feedback and receiving it. I think with giving feedback, it's your approach. Don't assign blame. Maybe say something positive first, something good they've done. Ask what happened and let them explain, the why, and then always give a solution. When receiving it, which is sometimes hard to take for everybody, it's also the approach. How is that person giving it to you, and how are you perceiving it? I always tried to look at it as something that's not a personal attack on me, but something to help you improve and grow. And how are you giving that information. With so many employees working remotely, is it coming through an email? Are you putting it through Teams in a chat? I think a one-on-one Zoom or a phone call is much more personal, because I think emails and chats can be interpreted differently. You know, one exclamation point or a capped, word. So I think one-on-one is very important. And that's what we came up with.
Sound advice, absolutely.
Thank you.
So remembering that feedback is a gift, and putting ourselves in that mindset to receive the feedback is actually probably the best way to prepare to going into those sessions as well. Great, thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Okay, now we are at table number, what is it? 6-7. All right. Who's going to be our speaker? All right, perfect. There you go.
Hi, I'm Marie. I am with Alliance Communications here in Kingston. Welcome to our hometown. Our topics were 6 and 7, so respectful interactions with others and demonstrating effective interpersonal skills in challenging situations. We basically focus more on the number 7, demonstrate effective interpersonal skills. Number 1 was having a poker face. It's hard. We all have that. Now remote, it's much easier, but we all have that face that we don't want people to see. So we need to learn how to express ourselves facial. Fidgeting and keeping ourselves focused on the interaction with our employees and coworkers. We need to just be more focused on not doing other things and keeping our personal relationships on an even, and not worrying about other things that are going on in the workforce. Negotiating conflicts with our individuals. So if we have a supervisor and another supervisor that don't like working together, how do we manage that? So just learning new ways to interact and get those people working cohesively. And reflective understanding and perspectives with other agents. So understanding people and putting yourselves in their shoes. That's number 1 as a supervisor. We need to understand where everyone's coming from. We're not always going to be on the same page, but we need to respect everyone's decisions and what their thoughts are.
Great job, Marie, thank you.
Yeah, just to add on that too, it's one thing that I believe I'll be bringing up tomorrow is the fact that in our office, everybody started on phones. Anybody in management, they all started on phones. So you kind of understand what your agents are going through. All right, so now we're at 4-5. All right, here you go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Sarah. I'm with Extend Communications in Brantford with remotes all over Ontario and the East Coast. We did number 5 prominently. We didn't really touch on number 4. So number 5 is recognizing effects on self on others. So basically, we had two examples that are complete opposites. For monitors and evaluates one's own behavior in professional situations and responds accordingly to further professional goals. So basically, the 2 examples we had was one where your knee-jerk reaction is to protect your operators with any negative response, and the other one was your knee-jerk reaction, oh, what they do now, right? So with that being said, we've come up with the terms that you're basically going to evaluate. Like, most of our thoughts are mental, and we were trying to break that mental negativity that you automatically get, your knee-jerk reaction. So we've come up with, even though it's mental, you're still going to try to think positively, that the situation might not be that operator's fault, or it might not be the account holder's fault or anything like that. You're going to investigate, you're going to think positive about the situation first. Now, we don't usually say anything negative verbally, it's all mentally, but you want to get out of that negative state of mind. So with that being said, we also did another touch on recognizing the effects of self on others, which is seeks feedbacks on ways that behavior may affect others. Basically, that's for the non-verbal behavior type situation. For chat, with we're all being remote, chat can be interpreted so many different ways. Like tone could be added onto a chat that wasn't meant. If a wrong word was used, that could reflect negativity on your chat as well. So it's basically trying to get that chat, that verbiage correct, that they're not thinking something negative. And that's very difficult to do because you can't judge tone besides your usual please and thank yous. It's very difficult to do something over chat. And yeah, no, it was basically just us trying to think of mentally how to think more positive than the knee-jerk reaction of negativity.
Thank you, Sarah, and I'm hoping that our next couple slides will help give you some tools for that.
All right, and so now we are at table number 1, 2, 3. Who would like to be our speaker? Perfect. There you go.
My name is Corrine, and so we were looking at topics 1, 2, and 3. We focused mostly on tolerating affect ambiguity and uncertainty, but we also touched on empathy, compassion, and desire to be helpful. So obviously we're aces at 2. And so we were talking about being in a mix at this table of dedicated answering service versus blended. And so we had a little bit of difference as to what we would struggle with, but there was always difficulty with subjectivity of like having our calls graded, because it's a bit subjective to a caller's preconceived idea that we as the agent need to work through. So sometimes that can obviously be a difficulty. And we need to manage our level of empathy, not putting too much empathy into the call and keeping it more of an even keel. And we need to create order out of chaos when things do not go as we had planned or thought had been agreed upon. And we also need to take accountability for all situations, and we need to look at our contribution towards success in the moment while expecting the need to be flexible within ourselves and welcoming those unexpected hiccups and planning how to work toward resolving those issues as they arise, either within a call or within coworker type experiences. So that was what we had discussed.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Lots of great conversations I was overhearing, so good work, you guys. That's hard work. So now we're going to dive into our most important conversation that we have, and that's the conversations that we have with ourselves. So when we have these conversations with ourselves, you're increasing your personal empathy and compassion with yourself, the place where most effective conversations begin. I like this little picture here. It says, you will never speak to anyone more than you speak to yourself in your head, so be kind to yourself. When we consider the fact that if your best friend were to come to you and say they were having a struggle with something, and the kindness and the empathy and the support that you would give them, why can't we do that to ourselves? Why is the expectation so much different, so much higher, where we're almost destined to set ourselves up to fail? What would happen if we give ourselves the same kindness for that? So between the space between stimulus, something happens in your center, and your response to whatever happened in your center, there is a gap. It's not one leads to the other. It's not this person ticked me off, this person ticked off this caller. It's this person said something, gap, for 0.25 seconds. Not very long, half a breath. Then this person reacted by hanging up on the caller, or this person reacted by arguing with their coworker, or I retorted in something that was not in my best light. So the golden spot of opportunity for us is at 0.25 seconds. That space where awareness grows your opportunity to develop your interpersonal sophistication. So when I consider that, I ask myself some vital questions. Whoa, okay, something happened in my center and I'm feeling pretty ticked off about it. That's my cue. I'm triggered. What is this meant to teach me? So I start reflecting. Is my inner defender engaged? My inner defender is, that person was a jerk. And I'm being PG here because we're going virtually. I don't say jerk very often. But you know what I mean. Or I start beating myself up. And that's my inner critic. Oh my God, I was so stupid. I can't believe I did that. I'm never gonna get to the next level. And that's where I'm cutting myself some slack. And that's why this is so very, very important. Because we all beat ourselves up way worse than we would ever treat anybody else. So when I start having these crucial conversations with myself, once I start developing that bridge of awareness, at 0.25 seconds of awareness, then I can start extending the same kindness to myself and have awareness to have better outcomes in my conversations with my teams. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so are you being as kind to yourself? Is anybody willing to share?
I know for me personally, I'm getting better at stopping to reflect, but I still tend to worry about my part that I played in it more than necessarily others. So what could I have done differently? Why did I react this way? Why did, and again, the name calling to yourself, oh, that was so stupid, I can't believe I did that, or why did I say that to this person? I should have said it this way. So trying to learn to, instead of, reacting or doing things too quickly initially, stopping and making a plan for how to respond to it as opposed to reacting. But, again, no matter how many times you practice or, do those things, we're all going to have those moments where afterwards you're sort of beating yourself up, right? And so, again, I think I'm very guilty of that, even in my personal life as a parent, as a wife, as a, all of those things. So I think it's an easy place that we all sort of default to where we sort of blame ourselves or attack ourselves. Yeah.
So what you're saying then is we're all human.
It's all the point of having that awareness that happens and learning to grow and do things differently next time.
So 100% absolute personal responsibility on my outcomes is really where this starts. If I don't like an outcome and I don't like an interaction with a coworker, whether as a people leader or a manager or somebody who's on the floor or an agent who started yesterday, we are all leaders in our roles because we are all in control of our outcomes. Once we develop that window of opportunity, so when I stop and I reflect and I choose to respond instead of react, the few things that you were saying about how could I get different outcomes, that's actually your inner leader speaking to you. The difference is that the inner leader whispers, your inner critics shout, right? So when you can stop and listen to your higher self, your better wisdom, and say, whoa, cut myself slack for being human. This is the outcome I wanted. I was so close to getting it. I'm going to take this tool and I'm going to discard that because that didn't work for me. And that's why this is such hard work, you guys, because we're peeling the onion back. Every time you have those interactions, you're faced with another moment of truth of yourself, another trigger, where you get the gift of the opportunity to make a different choice to get a different outcome than I want. So, when I talk about the outcomes that I want here, what does that look like? We're gonna spend 8 minutes working with a partner, and I want you guys to discuss a recent conflict you've experienced in your office together and agree on the lesson or the growth opportunity. Now that we've got our mindsets in what is interpersonal sophistication, what is my 100% personal responsibility part of getting the outcomes that I want? Find a partner, if you're joining us remotely or virtually, I suppose. Please write it down, because when we write, we engage a different part of our brain. And then you can have that conversation, that dialogue with yourself. And figure out where your next growth opportunity is from your latest struggle that you're having in your conversations. Oh, okay. Change of plans. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna skip right ahead to this, to a summary.
Okay, sounds good. So Two-minute warning, everybody.
Okay, everyone. That's time. Some great stimulating conversations going on here. Is anybody willing to share what they've been oh, it got quiet now. Is anyone willing to share? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shanna, Kingston Alliance. So I was just discussing with Alicia here. It's Alicia, right? Yeah. Okay, I thought so. I was just discussing about how I'm reactive instead of responsive. And I feel like that comes from personal life into my job. So, you know, growing up, going through certain traumas, without getting too detailed, you become a people pleaser, or you feel guilty really easily, or it's that inner person telling you, see, like, you're not like doing it right, because that's what you've heard for a long time over everything. So it just becomes your inner person, and that's what you say to yourself all the time. So, you know, setting boundaries and learning how to reflect on that now over the past couple of years has really helped me in situations like that. I mean, my conflict was I had said something in the main chat that I thought it was a private chat, made that mistake, you know, learned from that. But since then, I feel like it's put kind of a damper on the professional relationship I had with this person, and I don't really know how to fix it. And it happened months ago, but, you know, what do? I took ownership. I apologized right away, said I could have worded that differently. It came across in a tone that wasn't meant because it was chat, you know, so she obviously took offense to it, but it wasn't even anything big on my half. So I don't know, how do you handle that? How do you fix that conflict?
Thank you for sharing, Shana. Once again, cutting yourself some slack for being human. All I can do is keep my finger pointed at me in my interactions and realize I mess up, so I fess up right away and do better next time, right? I've learned from it. These are the behaviors I'm gonna change. If it's really important to me to have this relationship, I would make an effort to reach out to them and have a phone call, or better yet, in person if you're close enough to do so, and explain I can't erase the past, but I would like to move forward because our relationship's important to me, and this is how I feel about what happened. And then you have to put it in their court. You can't change how other people feel. But the fact that you've developed your awareness enough to say, okay, I don't like the outcomes of this, shows that you've already grown from that interaction. So where awareness goes, energy flows. Awareness to that brief moment, that 0.25 seconds, now I can have better awareness to make better choices to get better outcomes. So although you may not be able to fix the interaction from the past, you can move forward with a new tool in your toolbox, knowing that you won't make that mistake again. So we're going to summarize here just some lessons learned. It's important that we keep on time for everybody and for the rest of the day. We've got a few takeaways. So go ahead.
Well, you have number one.
Oh, okay.
But we do have to point out that we weren't originally supposed to do this presentation. So we have three perspective of takeaways when it comes to our conclusion here. So if you want to go ahead, Gloria, with the first one.
So the question that we asked is, what are the 5 biggest things that you could say with your 20 plus experience in this career path that we're on, in the people industry? So it's not just Pat's views, it's our views as well. So the number one thing that, funny enough, we had a lot that were very in common with each other is always room to grow, from Nadine. In eloquent words, pissed off was a choice, was my biggest game changer. Once I realized that I choose to be angry and I can choose to respond instead of react to something, that changed the game for Pat. And for me, emotional intelligence is the hardest work in the lifelong journey. Cutting ourselves some slack.
So the second takeaway that we got, so the first one here is from Gloria. So everyone's doing the best they can with what they have in the moment. Be kind. Pat said, look at people with different eyes. They're not different. They're not difficult, just different. Look through gold and not through judgment. And mine was, you never know what someone is going through.
Our third takeaway was all about accountability. So Nadine said, just accountability. I think she even threw an exclamation mark in there, actually.
To the point.
And Pat shared that including people in my life, if something's taking up space in my head and I've got energy about it, I communicate that and I take 100% responsibility over my outcomes. And I share with them until we're clear and move forward from that. And mine was also 100% personal, absolute personal responsibility over the outcomes in my life. If I want something and I don't like the outcome, what can I learn from it? Keep my finger pointed at myself.
Yep. And then our number 4 was around growth. So mine was never stop growing and learning. Oh, nope, that's not me. That's Gloria. Never stop growing and learning. Pat was invest in your growth. And mine was grow. My passion and my purpose is growth in my office. And then number 5 was a little bit different. So we had the 4 that were very similar, but the last one, so Pat's, was honor your word and keep your commitments. If you can't keep it, follow up and communicate. Gloria's was share the journey, invest in knowing your people, be vulnerable, support their passions, and be real. Mine was don't procrastinate. It just stresses you out.
So that's our presentation in a nutshell. I want to thank everybody for the gift of your time and your beautiful energy this morning. It was a beautiful way to start Coach U. And I'm so excited to spend the rest of the couple of days with you, and I hope you have a great time.
Thank you.
So I just want to take another moment to say thank you very much for stepping in, you know, and that's all part of the journey as well. Like you can like bob and weave when you have to, and these ladies really, really hit it out of the park. A little thank you gift for both of you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. That was a great presentation. And we now have a 15-minute coffee break, so get up and stretch, walk around, and then we'll be back in to start at 10:45. herself. But I've had the pleasure of working with her on the board of directors for a couple of years, and she's been really instrumental with membership development and with the education committee as well. So it's my pleasure to welcome Leslie Wilson.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning or good afternoon, depending where you're coming from and where you're remoting into. My biggest thing is managing people is people. We're all people. We're all human. Like I said earlier, we all make mistakes. And it's what you do with those mistakes with your people and how you progress. So that's my biggest thing. We're all people. We're all human. We all put our pants on the same way, one leg at a time. You put your shirt on one arm at a time, maybe head first, whatever it might be. So, this is what I'm supposed to use. So, this is me, a little bit about me. I've been happily married for 15 years to my amazing husband, Ray. We have 2 beautiful kids, my son, Zachary, who's 17, and my daughter, Zoe, who's 13. And no, ZZ was not after ZZ Top. It just happened to come out that way. I have 2 fur babies, Max and Harley, German Shepherds, who I'm not sure who's more work, my kids or them. And I always said before I had kids, I was never going to be a competitive hockey or dance mom. Never say those words. Never say never, because I am both and very proud of it. My son last year was drafted to the WHL, similar to the OHL in Ontario, and left home at 16. One of the hardest things that I can do is to let my son go at 16. I don't regret that decision. So he's living his dream, and my daughter, I think, is an amazing dancer and beautiful. So this is me. This is also me. My work, my family at work. I love the people that I work with. I love interacting with all of you. This is what makes me me. So with that being said, I want you guys to sit at your tables and get to know each other and find out what makes you tick. What's your why? Why do you get up every morning and do what you do? Why do you come to work? Who's your why? So take 5 minutes and get to know your table. Okay, I'm going to interrupt you and switch speakers. Got about 1 more minute. Okay, we're going to interrupt. Okay, we're going to bring it back up to the front. Is there anybody that didn't get to share their why, what makes you tick, that would like to? Did everybody get a chance to share? So Nadine would like to share her why and what makes her tick.
So I wanted to share my tick because me and Gloria discuss it all the time. I don't know where she went. Oh, there you are. So there is a YouTube channel that my fiance started watching to. It's the only one he's subscribed to, and it's called Yes Theory. And their motto is seek discomfort. And so that's always been, like, I didn't know until I watched it, but that has always been my tick, to seek discomfort, because I wouldn't be here today if I didn't. Yeah.
Is there anybody else that wants to share? Even if it's about family. I'm just going to pick on somebody, you know that, right?
Yeah. It's about you. Oh, okay. Okay, but are my tables really interesting? Okay. Can I do both? Okay. So one thing I really liked was one of our members mentioned that she really wants to smash goals with her husband. And I really like that team spirit. A lot of things people talked about were making other people happy. They want to see people happy and having purpose in their life. For me, I talked a little bit about how I mentor inmates and how that's a really huge passion of mine. I don't really care where people have been. I just really want to see them reach their potential and believe in second chances. So yeah, that's good. That's it.
So this is one question that we ask even in our interviews, is what is your why? What makes you tick? What makes you get up in the morning? And the amount of information that you will find out in that one question from the person that is sitting across from you is amazing. Or even in Zoom, whatever it might be. The amount of information you find out from them, you know going in what their why is, who they are, what their purpose is in life. Not just in work, but in life. So they give you that information. You can run with that information and say, yes, that is what I want. You're going to do amazing. I know how to take that and grow with it within my own organization and the people that I have in place. So we start off everything with that question. This is me. So we're going to dive in a little bit more. Leave it at the door. Who has a leave it at the door or at the door policy? Okay. My question to you is, do you use it effectively? So is it expected and maintained, or is it flexible and controlled? Right? So when you walk in the door, when your staff come into their station, whether it's into their kitchen, their home office, in office, do they have a door where they touch the jam, or a tree where they leave it on the tree, or a mental thing where they sit there and say, okay, I'm going to leave this here? Some do, some do not. But I sit here and say, how can you leave it all at the door? Because your everyday life is going to affect what you do, what you say, how you behave. So your people know the problems need to stay at home. They know this, but can they do it effectively? It's tough. Clients come first. There's no room for movement. This is your expected and maintained. So nope, it's going to stay over here in the box. Figure out how it's going to stay there. It doesn't come into your home office. It doesn't come in the office. That's where it stays. Or are you flexible and controlled? You know that life happens and we need to work through it. So something major has happened, whether it be good, bad, or ugly. Something major has happened. And then what are your boundaries and your limits for it? So a little bit about me. November 23rd, 2014. A day I will never forget, and the week to follow. That day, my son was diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic. Took him to the hospital that afternoon, walked in. Within 15 minutes, he was on a heart monitor, IVs, and they were prepping for insulin. I've never seen a hospital move that fast. I don't know about you guys. Mine doesn't normally. That day it did. They talked about him for weeks after. We have a friend who's a nurse, and he came up to us a couple weeks later and said, Leslie, we're still talking about your son because he is a walking miracle. He should have been dead. The moment they told me that, I'm like, why would you tell me that? Now, I also sit there and say, my son's a walking miracle. If anybody knows anything about diabetes, when you're diabetic and insulin dependent, the saying is 4 to 8 doing great, 5 to 9 doing fine. For you and I, those are our numbers that we live in. Everything works, everything is going fine. Those are our happy numbers. We can eat, we can do whatever we want, and we're gonna survive. For him, that day, keep in mind, we're gonna say 4 to 9 are our key numbers. He was 50.2. And when he walked in, they said, Leslie, he shouldn't have a conversation. He shouldn't be talking to us. He should be in a coma right now. That day forever changed our lives. I can tell you right now, I took that to work with me. That didn't get to stay home. Also that morning, the owner of the company, Glenn, my dad, and my mom left for Cuba. I'm running the company. So I sat here and said, what do I do? How do I handle this? Where do I go? They said they were going to ship him to the Children's Hospital in Edmonton. I asked them, how much time do I have? You have 45 minutes to get your affairs in order before we send him up there. This was a Sunday. Great, okay. The other side of our business is we have school buses. We had 9 school bus routes at the time. My dad was a driver, so I became a driver when he was gone. I went to the office, told my staff that we're working. I said, look, I'm putting out a plea. I'm calling in a favor. I need help. I can't do this on my own. This is where I'm at. They stepped into action. Man, did they step up. I had somebody find me a driver. I had staff help me with different scheduling things. 45 minutes, I was in my office, organized, heading back to the hospital so that I can go with my son to Edmonton. Thankfully, they didn't have to ship him off. They let us come home that night due to, I'm going to call it great parenting. And we got to go home with the notice of, okay, Leslie, Tuesday morning, or Tuesday, you have a crash course in diabetes. What time Tuesday? Don't know. Call the hospital tomorrow. What do I feed my son? No sugar. What does that look like? Google. Okay, thanks for the help. And we left the hospital. Sure enough, again, I had people step up. Crash course, let's jump ahead a couple of days to Tuesday, went to the Stollery. We started his regimen, started learning that. I got a phone call. My lead supervisor was just rushed to the U of A hospital for emergency surgery. I thought, are you kidding me? This is my week? again, my staff stepped up. They got shifts covered. They did what they needed to. They knew that that was my time of need. I couldn't leave it at the door. My circumstances dictated that, no, Leslie, you need their help. I couldn't do it alone. And they did it. So our circumstances are different. We don't know what's going to come. We don't know what it's going to be. Your staff, your people that you supervise, you don't know their circumstances outside of the office. And I can tell you right now, they can't always leave it at the door. So now you have to sit there and say, how do we handle it? So this is some of your stuff that it can look like. So tragic situations, but they can't stay at home. Recently, I had an employee, she lost her 3-month-old grandbaby. Needed the time off, absolutely, I get that. And then she came back and said, I can't be off anymore. I have to come to work. Okay, not a problem, let's do this. Reduced her hours a little bit. When you need help, you need to ask for help. But then I also needed her there. If you want to come back, I need you here. So tell me what you need to be focused. Tell me what you need to get through this. Because I still need you here. I know your brain is over here. I know your mind and thoughts are over here. But if you're going to come back, you have to be here. So, okay, we monitor some of her calls a little bit more. We still do coaching and accountability, and we still go through all of that stuff with them. Because they can't just leave it at the door. Another one, back in November, brand new grandma, super excited. We all knew about it. It's easy to celebrate the good stuff. That's easy. We still let her come in and we still let her celebrate. We still got excited for her, sent her messages, all of that. Our kids are making supper. How many have had the phone call or they've had the knock on the door to come in because your kids are like, how do I cook this? Right? What do I do here? Right? I can't take your call right now, sweetheart. You're going to have to figure it out. Google's a beautiful thing, or read the cookbook. You can't, it's in the back of your head that they're making supper. They're going to burn down my house. You know, depending on how old. Like, I love my 13-year-old. She can cook you pasta like nobody else. But other things are a little bit tough. And then money is tight. That's a big one. So there's a bill that they let slide. There's something that they said, I'm going to come back to that. If you don't think that doesn't affect their performance, think again. It's tough. So if I can't leave it at the door as an owner, how can I expect my staff to leave it at the door as employees? Right? So you have to find your balance as well. What can you do? One, you can listen. Even for remotes, pick up the phone. We all work on a phone. We have easy access to one. Dial a number. Take that time out to say, hey, where you at? What's going on in your life? Especially if it's a tragic moment. Talk to them. Don't give them words of wisdom because that's not what they're looking for. They want you to listen. They want you to hear what they're saying. Respond when you can and when it's appropriate, but listen. That's what they want from you. Give some time. So my one employee who lost her grandson, you know what? We could give her the time. We could fill that time with somebody else. And when she came back, did we still give her a little bit of time? Absolutely, we did. But again, when she came back, I needed her there. And that's where you have to know the limit and know and sit there and say, okay, you know what? If you're back, you're back. So work with them. Listen to what they need. Empathize with them. Also, let them tell their story. It's not yours to tell. If they've come to you and you've allowed yourself to listen to their story, it's not for you to tell it to this person and this person and this person. It is their story to tell. Let them tell it when they're ready, no matter the situation. Good, again, good, bad, or ugly. Let them share it. They came to you in confidence with whatever it might have been. all right? Now, if it's something that's going to affect their health and well-being in a negative way, you might have to take a different action, but you don't get to tell it to the associates or the CSRs. You get to tell it to somebody that can actually help them and is out for their betterment, their well-being, not for your own self-satisfaction and gratification of sharing an exciting story or a sad story because, oh, did you hear what happened? Oh, did you know? Oh, man, do you know what they're going through? No, that's not yours to tell. Now you're in the gossip wheel, and you're no longer effective to your people. And communicate. One thing that was said earlier at our table, we're a communications company, and we're the worst at communicating. Like, put that together and sit there and say, huh, really? It's very true. We all sit there and say, oh, we've got this communication app or platform that everybody can go into, similar to like a OneNote type thing. Everybody can go into it, or Teams. How many go into it on a daily basis? Right? How many of your CSRs can you sit there and say, did you read that update? Did you read that correspondence? There's correspondence in there? We're not great at communicating, so communicate with them. Again, it goes back to the listening. Communicate when they're ready. And you know what, I will say this too, sometimes they're not ready and need to be pushed a little bit to become a little bit ready. It's okay to do that, but do it effectively. Do it with empathy. Do it with compassion. We're going to kind of flip really quick. Open door policy. Who has that? So do you use it effectively? And when I ask that, who listens to Cy Wakeman? Fantastic. She's great. I don't discourage that. I also have an open door policy. And it was brought to me, I was challenged and said, Leslie, we have an open door policy, but do you know what Cy says about that? I said, what does Cy say about that? Well, Cy says you shouldn't have an open door policy and it's not good. Well, why? So she kind of told me, and I said, okay, I'm going to go and listen to Cy's open door policy and what she thinks about this. So I did. And Cy says, oh, no, you shouldn't have an open door policy, because how many people come into your office and tattle on themselves and tell you, Leslie, I did this today and it was bad and I pissed off a client and I didn't take the message right. No, I don't do that. How many of them come into your office or chat with you and say, Leslie, so-and-so did this, and they did this, and they did this, and this message was wrong, and they had a spelling mistake here. Does that happen? All your hands should be up. Absolutely it does. They don't tattle. They're coming in to tattle on somebody else, not necessarily themselves. So do you use your open door policy effectively? No, we're going to go back. When I asked that question, right now, it took me a while to say, okay, let's do this right. So my staff will now come to me and say, I screwed up. What'd you do? And so they tell me. So then we coach through it, we work through it and say, what could you have done differently? What do you need me to do to help you do it differently? When they start to come in and say, Leslie, so-and-so did this, and they did this, and then I will stop them and I'll say, Have you talked to them about this? No. Have you investigated this properly from all the way through from the top to the bottom? I think so. So not a definite yes. It's an I think so. Yeah, so tell me your steps. What did you do? Well, I went here, here, and here. Did you go here? No. So you're missing a piece to the puzzle. So go back and listen to that piece and then come back to me and we'll talk. 9 times out of 10, they go back and listen to that piece that they left out, and all of a sudden this situation wasn't so bad. So if you're using your open door policy effectively, they're not going to come in and tattle on coworkers or supervisors or anything like that. They'll come and eventually tattle on themselves. And they will say, I screwed up. This is what I did. Okay, what are we going to do to fix it? What are we going to do to rectify it? The biggest thing, too, is if they're coming in to talk to you and tell you and tattle on themselves, essentially, don't be so quick to be, and again, we've done this again. Really? We're going through this again? Didn't we learn from this? Didn't we talk about this in a town hall meeting? Isn't this in the correspondence? That's going to get us nowhere. It's, okay, what can we do to rectify it? What can we do to solve this? If they're coming in to talk to you or they're messaging you, if you jump on them and harp on them and sit there and say, well, didn't you? They're no longer going to come in and tell you things. They're not going to communicate with you. And your open door policy is shot. Don't even have one. Okay, so make sure when you have one, you're doing it effectively. You can YouTube all kinds of different speakers on open door policy. Don't be so quick to go with the first one you see or the first one you watch. Go through a couple of different ones. Pick out a few different ones and say, okay, this will work within our organization. This will work within our organization. As a remote, this will work in our organization. There's so many things out there. There's so many different opinions out there. So don't always go with the first one. And that's why when Sai was brought to me, absolutely, I listened to it. You're going to bring it to me? Let me take the time out to go and investigate it and then tell you my why as to why I don't necessarily agree with it or why I do agree with it. There's some great things in there that Sai, and I highly encourage everybody to Google her. She's fantastic. But know, if you're going to dispute something, know why you're doing it. And in this case, this is why I kind of went against what Sai was saying. I do have an open door policy. I want my people to come and talk to me. I want them to communicate. And I want them to feel comfortable doing it, that I'm not going to berate them or knock them down or anything like that. So I'm going to ask, is anybody that has the open door policy, are you willing to share how you handle it? This one's a touchy one. This one's kind of puts you on the spot at huge. I won't force anybody. No?
So I guess this is going back to approximately 2015 or 16. I had an open door policy, and I had 2 agents who did not personally like each other. And there was disputes, and it got to the point where there was an argument on the floor between the 2 of them. So I had them come in, and because they both came in separately and were doing their tattling, is what I'll call it, back and forth. So I stopped them and I asked them to stop, write down everything that happened to me. And in detail, give me all the dirty details or write it down. So they furiously started writing their stories out. And I mean, we're talking 4, 5 to 11 pages worth of stories. And after they were done, they both submitted it to me. And then before I read it, I handed them a black marker and I said, okay, now I want you to go edit your story and remove everything that isn't fact and that you can prove. And I give them the black Jiffy marker, and about 15 minutes later, one of the agents came back and said, well, I might as well just tear it up. And I looked at him and I went, uh-huh. And then that was a game changer for them and their negative stories with each other. And I literally didn't even read their stories.
And that's the biggest thing, is how much of it is factual. And that's a big thing, is you cannot fight fact. So, and that's another thing we kind of address is it facts or is it perceived in perception? The other thing that I will do is I will bring the two CSRs together. If you can come into me and speak with me, then you can speak to each other. So come in, let's have a chat. And 9 times out of 10, actually, I'm going to say almost 10 out of 10, they leave and they're like, oh, that really wasn't so bad. They're really not that bad of a person. Or they find out that there's something else happening that hasn't been shared, and that perspective's now been brought in. Now they empathize. Okay, that's why that happened. I'm willing to work with them. It should not take a traumatic event or a story for them to still come to you. Okay? But when you bring them in and they have that chat with each other, whether it be face-to-face, whether it be on a 3-way Zoom with you in there, make sure you're always there, that they don't do it alone. It's amazing how many things get resolved. It really wasn't that big of an issue when they weren't face-to-face with it. So the door can't always be open, okay? So if you're constantly have an open door policy, people can come and go, or an open chat where people can just come and spew and give all their stuff, that's tough too, because when you do have to either mark yourself off or away or close your door, now this happens. Oh my gosh, what's going on? They just took so-and-so in the office. I wonder what's happening to them, right? Oh, did you notice that this so-and-so and so-and-so are meeting with Leslie? Like, who? It all starts. So you do have to close your door so that some of that, when you do have those moments with your CSRs or with other people, it doesn't automatically go into, oh man, I wish I could be a fly on the wall. Right? The other thing too is you still have to work on your own job. Your job doesn't necessarily just resolve in that face-to-face with people. You still have other tasks that you have to do, and you have to still get them done. So sometimes signing out and making yourself unavailable, or closing that door and saying, you know what, you got to give me an hour so that I can get my stuff done, needs to happen. So you still have to prioritize your tasks and responsibilities. So it can't always be open, all right? So this is another reason. We have a help budget in our office. I don't know if other people do. And sometimes this is where my door gets closed as well. And that help budget is we all have people around us that, within our organization, that money's tight, but they don't really share it a whole lot. It's a private conversation between them and somebody else, or you know what, they might just let something slip by accident. I will have sometimes another employee come to me confidentially and say, can we chat? Yeah, no problem. Leslie, so-and-so's struggling, and this is why. I know that they're not going to Tim Hortons every morning. They're trying to conserve, or they're not going out to eat and bringing food in, or they're trying to conserve. So we'll have that conversation to say, hey, they're struggling. Okay, let's do something about that. Holidays are coming up. Thanksgiving is coming soon, Christmas. They may not have a turkey. They might get soup and grilled cheese sandwiches for their dinners for Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter, whatever it might be. Take them shopping. Send them a gift card, a specific gift card to Walmart or to some grocery store. Slip it in there somehow. They don't need to know it's necessarily coming from you. Just do it. So I would say I would find out if you have a help budget. And is there a way that you can help these people out and say, hey, we're going to cover this one bill for you? Now, I don't use my help budget often because you have to see that they are in need of help. If they're coming in with Tim Hortons, or they're coming in with eating out every day, or you're in a Zoom meeting and you see that McDonald's bag or Edo or wherever, and you're like, man, they eat out like I'd love to eat out like that and not have to cook suppers all the time. Yeah, they don't really need help. They might need help in budgeting. They might need help in accountability, but they don't need this help. This is a different sort of help. This is the one where they are literally stretched thin and they just need a hand up. So you have to determine what that looks like for you. We have a family of 5. She's got teenage boys. They eat like no tomorrow. Let's go to Costco. I love Costco. Let's go to Costco. And you kind of have to go with the mentality that you push the cart, you put in what you want, I'm just going to walk behind you. And when that bill comes to $600, it comes to $600. So that's just something I would say, you know what? If you have it and you're able to do it anonymously. Do it where you can. It's not for everybody to know about. Simple conversations. You know what? Hey, Marie, how's it going? How are you doing? How was your day?
So far, so good.
Good. How you drove here?
I did.
And? Right, I know. I took the 401 for the first time. Whew. I'm realizing that now. I didn't know that. I won't be taking the 401 home, I'm telling you that. It's a simple conversation. But I got to know that I shouldn't take the 401, and she's having a great day. Just because we know who our people are doesn't mean you can't have the simple conversations. There's times we're not remote, we are still in-house. But there are times I will go out and where the counter is, because I'm short, I actually will sit up on our counter and I'll be like, hey guys, how's it going? Oh, this is such a good day. I love the weather. It's beautiful, kind of thing. And we'll reminisce. I have an employee who's been there a long time. I was 3. I'm not telling you how years she was there, but I was 3 when she started. And her and I can reminisce and go back, and whoever's in the office might catch on and hear some of it. They love those stories. They love the reminiscing stories, and it just gives an upbeat feel. And it's just a simple, basic conversation. Or it's something that happened just a couple months ago, and we're discussing that with somebody else, but these people didn't hear that conversation. Now they get to be a part of it. Those conversations need to happen. That's how you're going to get to know your people. That's how you're going to be able to interact with your people. Those things need to happen. It doesn't have to always be work. It doesn't have to always be, oh, this happened and this happened and this happened. Oh, we need to do this and this and this. Or did you get that account programmed properly? Or can we tweak that account? Simple conversations need to happen with you and your CSRs. Those conversations, not just between you and other supervisors or the CSRs between just them, it's with you and your CSRs. They matter, they're important. That's basically what's running your centers, right? So keep that in mind, work with those sorts of things. I love simple conversations, I really do. You get to know people. If I could sit down and have that with just about each and every one of you, I absolutely would. And you've got all fantastic and amazing stories. I know you do. There's something in there that just you want to share. Does anybody want to share a simple conversation? What's something exciting that's happened in the last 2 months in your life? Share it with us.
My son started high school for the first time and hasn't been in an in-person school in 2.5 years, so that was a big deal for him and for the family.
And how did you handle that?
Just with a lot of, again, he wasn't as excited, but we were very excited. So it was a lot of and talking about the positives and how amazing it's going to be to reconnect with people and make friends again and be able to hang out and, the things that he has been missing for 2.5 years, right? So,
Yeah. The positives are amazing. Always find a positive in your situation. There's always one there. What was yours?
I finally found a place to live after looking for a year.
Yay. Yeah, that's super exciting.
I needed to be out September 30th this year, so this week, and I found a place last week.
So now you're here and they're moving you. Well played. Oh. Oh. Still, if all you have to do is drive from point A to point B and they're going to pack it and unpack it, oh, nice. Good timing. Yeah. Anybody else? Just yell it out. I think you are going to be the envy of most men. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Yeah, anybody else? Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to hand you guys a microphone. My bad. Okay. Okay. What a fantastic conversation over lunch. It's a simple conversation, right? And now you're going to get bombarded with your woodworking stuff or what you create and all of that. So get prepared because it's coming. Anybody else? Hang on, I got to come to you. No, that's okay.
My 15-year-old son started his first job, so that's exciting for me. Now he can pay me rent. I'm just kidding. He's working at Dairy Queen, cooking. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yay, that's exciting. Yeah. See, it's anybody else? Did you have one? Did you say? Yeah. Careful, there's nothing there.
So I kind of dropped a surprise wedding on my family 2 weeks ago, and I hitched my partner on a houseboat, and nobody knew about it. So that was fun.
Okay, we're having lunch. But it's that simple to have a conversation. Whether it's over a chat, hey guys, how's it going? What you doing? What's something exciting? You can ask the questions to start that conversation. That easy. How's your day? Good. No, really, how is your day? What's the weather like where you are? Give me a positive so far in your day. Always go for the positive. That's the other thing I will say. There's a silver lining in every situation. Even if it seems bleak, the day my son was diagnosed seemed bleak, but you know what? He's a miracle. That's my silver lining in that day. So there's always a silver lining. Find that positive. And the moment they start to bring that negative, flip it. And it's going to take your brain some retraining. It's not going to happen overnight. I was saying this earlier to a couple ladies, is finding that positive, because we live in a negative society, finding that positive is crucial. So when the negative starts to creep in whatever situation, work, personal, whatever it might be, flip it. Sit there, take a moment, and say, no, where's my positive? This happened here. Hang on a second, I got to get out of this negative headspace and flip it. It's going to take work. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take months to get there if you make a conscious effort to do it. And it's amazing how positive, and people are going to be like, oh my gosh, you're so positive. Because we don't know how to live in that, right? So find that positive. Go to somebody, and I challenge you over the next few days to go to somebody randomly and give them a compliment. When you receive that compliment, say thank you. Don't just slough it off as a, oh, thanks. No, 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 no. Mean it. Because they took their time to come to you with a compliment. So wherever you are, whether you're here, whether you're on virtual, find a way to give a compliment. That is my challenge to you over the next few days. And I will say, you know what, Gloria, I have to say about your dress when you walked in? I love it. It's beautiful. So, and I like how you did your hair. So, you know what? If you see something, act on it. That's the other thing is we're so quick to be like, oh, I really like that. But you don't say anything. You just like, okay. You know what? Compliments are fantastic. So say it, voice it. Don't be afraid. There was one time, I take great pride, and this comes kind of from being in the industry for as long as I have. We were at Subway. I was at Subway with my kids one time, and we're going through the line, and I make my kids order. I don't order for them. They have voices. They need to learn to use them. So this was a few years ago, so I think my son was probably 14 and my daughter was 11 or something like that. We're at Subway. They have to order their stuff. Okay, I want this sandwich. These are the kind I want, the veggies, da-da-da. We get to the till, and I pay. And I had a lady stop me, and she said, man, thank you for? Like, I didn't pay for your meal. I'm sorry. Was I supposed to? And she says, the manners on your kids are amazing. Thank you. And I got to tell you, a random stranger coming up and noticing something, that's, 5-6 years ago now, has stuck with me. So the simple act of a thank you or you look great, like I love that yellow, right? Absolutely. Embrace that. So I'm challenging you. I don't know how long everybody else is here. Today's the 27th. So however long you're here, you have to pay a compliment to at least one person in the day. If you can get 5 in there, do 5. I guarantee it's really not as hard, but you're going to step out of your comfort zone. And it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody in this room. Okay? Kind of got off topic there. But this is where I'm passionate. Okay? Self-care. You can't effectively lead people if you don't take care of yourself. So you have to take the time out for you. You have to sit there and say, what do I enjoy? I enjoy, for me, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I go to the gym, and I'm part of a kickboxing and a step class. I enjoy that for me. That is my time. My kids don't get to come with me. My husband stays at home. That's my time. So what do you do for you so that you can recharge, so that you can do something? And I'm going to say, some of you aren't going to like me, binge watching Netflix does not count. Okay? You need to use this. You need to put your mind and your body in motion. So find something that you enjoy doing that gets you active, that gets you doing something. Because when you sit, you become sedentary and you continue to sit. So find something, whatever it might be. You can even do some reading, right? I wouldn't necessarily do it in bed because you're just going to fall asleep 9 times out of 10. But do something that's for you to recharge you so that you can help your people. Self-care is so, so, so important. So I cannot emphasize that part enough. So in here they've got, so the make it deliberate. That's a big one. Absolutely. Make the time. So if you have to schedule it, like I said, mine is Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6 to 7 every week, except for this week. That's okay. So make it deliberate. Plan it. And then tell the people around you, nope, I am not available from here to here. And stick to that. There's going to be things that come your way and they sit there and say, oh, I need you for this. Or can you do this? Or can you do that? Or, work is calling. If you're on call, you have to answer that. Okay? But keep in mind, you have to rejuvenate you. Take care of you. So when you set that time, you set that discipline and do it every single week. Not just, okay, once a month I'm going to go do this. No. Every single week you will go into burnout. We all try to overdo the things that are in front of us. We want it to be perfect. Perfection doesn't exist. I'm sorry. Now, in the pursuit of perfection, excellence is achieved. I will say that. But you can't do that if you haven't focused on yourself. Okay? So find that. Who's going to set something for themselves? None of you? And how often are you going to do it? Pardon? Weekly? Are you going to commit to that? Right? And when you commit to that, say it, write it, do it in threes. If you say it, you've put it here. If you write it, now it's visual. And then you do it and you act on it. So when you do it, those 3 steps, say it, write it, do it, now it's going to start actually happening. It's going to take action. It's going to grow and it's going to expand. Okay? So that's a big one. Self-care is huge. All right? Always remember where you started. Some of you might have come into your supervisor role. That's awesome. Congratulations. A lot of you did not. You started out as agents, and you worked your way up. So remember what it felt like when you started here and had to go. You dealt with all the calls. You dealt with irates. You dealt with the happy ones. You dealt with ones where you had to give more empathy, whether it be a funeral home or something like that. Remember where you started so that you can empathize with your CSRs and you can relate to them. We all had to start somewhere. In our office, everybody from the top down knows how to answer a phone. So if I need to, I'll jump on a call. I'll jump on a phone. And if I expect my agents and my people to do well on a call, I better do well on a call. Because if they score me, I better darn well do better than they would. All right? So everybody in our organization, except for Glenn, but he's working his way out, even he knew how to answer a call. Everybody does. And sometimes it's easier for me to jump on than to try and find somebody, send out the message and say, hey, who's available? You know what? I've jumped on. I've answered 3 calls by the time somebody responded back. You know what? Now they're caught up. We don't need somebody right away. So remember that. Remember where you started. We all started the same. We all started from the beginning. Whether it was with this organization that you're currently with or somewhere else. So remember that. Go back to the basics. Go back to the beginning because that's where they're at right now. Right? Another big thing, because I think this was the last one. Yeah. I am really big on accountability and holding yourself and your CSRs accountable. That is huge. A lot of times we can come in with excuses and say, oh, I didn't do this. So your self-care days, yeah, that didn't happen because I had this. That's an excuse. Be accountable to you, yourself. Be accountable to those that are around you. Because that's what's going to get you further. And when you're having those hard conversations, if I go back to kind of the employee that lost her grandbaby, and that one's only kind of fresh within our organization, that's why I kind of go back to that. When she was ready to come back, I had the hard conversation. Where are you at? Tell me what's going on. What can I do to help you? What do you need from me? Right? And then, are you ready? Because if you're here, I need you to be here. So have the hard conversations, but do it from a place of love, right? Do it from a place of respect. Do it from a place of accountability and saying, you know what? This is where I need you. How do we make sure that you stay there? right? And then hold them accountable to that. So if it's listening to their calls and you find that they're dropping, you know what? Bring them in. Hey, we're going to go over this call. Pull them up online. We're going to go over this call. We're going to discuss this. Right? Help them through that situation, but don't ignore it because it's not going to go away. It's not going to get better if you just shovel it under the rug or kind of say, okay, they're going to get through this. They're going to get through this. No. Be there for them. Hold them accountable to your values, your standards within your organization. If you find that they're not ready, then do something. I will say we have an employee. She goes away every single year for her birthday. And we know it. Everybody knows it. Facebook knows it. The organization knows it. Her calls know it. And we've had to go to her to say, okay, we know that you're going away in 2 weeks because the week before, her call quality just, and it drops. So in that conversation, hey, I need you here. And if you can't be here, now you're going to have to take 3 weeks vacation and take that first week off and sit at home because I need you here. And if you can't be here, this is where we're at. This is where you kind of leave me no choice. Now, I finesse it a little bit. I make it sound a lot nicer than that. So keep that in mind. But it's a real conversation. I need your quality here. Our clients need you here. This is our standard. So how are we going to do this? What are we going to do? So have those real conversations. Don't shy away from them. If you're not sure how to have them, find somebody within your organization that can help coach you through it. Don't give it to that person. You do it. Is it going to put you out of your comfort zone? Yes, it will. But you do it because you're in the role that you're in for a reason. Somebody knows that you can handle it. They believe in you to do it and to do it effectively. Right? So that is me. That is my presentation. Thank you all for listening to me and allowing me to present to you and kind of give back to you a little bit. I hope you're able to get something from that. Feedback is appreciated for our education committee, for us as presenters, all of it. So if there's any comments, questions, concerns, feedback that you're willing to give, please give that. I will open it up if anybody has any questions.
Do have one question. I know you said that you're in the office. I'm not sure if maybe someone else that's remote is willing to share, but it's about the open door policy. It was easier, well, much easier when we were in the office. Now I find it difficult to kind of know or let people know that my door is closed or that I'm focused on a task. So how do people manage that? How do you manage the open door policy when you're in the remote? Because I feel like people are coming in even more because they don't see me doing the task that I was doing.
I will say one thing is that sometimes you have to actually verbalize saying, I'm unavailable from this time to this time, right? And let them know and then stick to it.
One of the things that we do in our office, and I'm the only remote, but it is very helpful, is the open door policy is people coming in and saying, hey, this happened or this happened. We have an account that people put on it. So we call it account 21. So it's saying, okay, something happened here. So we go in as trainers and we take a look at it, and then we're able to contact them when we're available. So a lot of agents actually do rat themselves out on that account, which is so nice because then we don't actually really need to touch base with them because they know what they did. But it's just letting us know that that happened so that if our clients come to us, we're like, well, yeah, we're aware of it, we're working on it. So that is one way that we do handle that open door policy kind of thing.
And it's amazing that when you create that safe space for them to come in and talk to you or to message you, how much they will let you know, hey, I screwed up. They won't just try and kind of hide it. But I would say for the remotes, you kind of have to say, hey, I'm not available from here to here. And if they attempt to reach out to you, then you kind of, depending on the situation, obviously, you kind of have to let it go for a little bit because you have to get that priority done. right? So depending on the priority level of what you need to do, I will get to that. As long as you've sent out that precursor message to say, hey, I'm not available here to here, you've done your due diligence, right?
I was just going to reflect on what Leslie just said. In our team chat, all of the agents that are working are in that. So if I have to go off and do quality or I have to meet with an agent, I've put it in that from this time, this person is the go-to person. There's usually a team lead or the dispatcher is the next person that would handle it. And that way they know to go to that person. If it's something internal and needs to be addressed, they can private message me and I'll deal with it afterwards. But everyone has that expectation that that's what's going to happen every day.
Does that help?
I just want to add on to what you're saying is setting the expectation from the start. You know, for us, you know, say I'm unavailable from this time to this time, please go to this person for any concerns. If something does come to you, I find it's best to still acknowledge that the person approached you and say, oh, definitely we can talk about that after. Because if you let the message sit there, it kind of makes it look like you're not really paying attention to everybody, even though you technically are unavailable. Let them know. Be like, oh, I'm unavailable, but I will reach on that after.
So I'm just going to touch on that a little bit. In that, if you've set the expectation and you've said, hey, I'm not available from 5 to 6 here, and you've said this is who you need to go to, if you were to respond to every message that comes through saying, I've got your message, I'll respond to you, now you're not productive. Yeah. Right? So you have to, if you're going to set that time aside, and that's why I say you have to do your due diligence first. So give them that notice, give them that comment saying that I am away, and then you need to be away. Because if you start responding, and yes, it sometimes seems rude, but you've done your due diligence, right? Responding to the 6 messages that come in, if one comes in 5 minutes after you go off, now you've interrupted what you're doing. And then another one comes in 20 minutes after you've sent your notice. Again, you've interrupted what you're doing. And you can't sit there and really focus and give the priority to what your task is in that time frame because you're constantly getting pulled away, right? So yes, we don't want to be rude, and I understand that, but you have to prioritize.
So my question is about the self-care. I'm not sure, I am sure that some other, parents feel this way as well, but when you're constantly needed, whether it's a child, your husband, your pets, work, friends, whatever it is that you're doing, how do you, I find that when I try to set time aside for myself, that's when the guilt kicks in. Like, wow, I work all day and now I'm putting time for myself in, so now I'm not seeing my kids, so I'm taking away from my children that want, mommy's attention. Or, we both have the kids all day long, or the husband has the kids all day long and I'm working all day long, and then the husband wants the attention. And I find that it's so hard to give myself that time, and then when I have that time, I feel guilty that I'm spending that time on me. So how do you handle that?
You are 100% not alone. I also struggled with that at the beginning. And I said, okay, I'm mom. They can't survive without me. Or, in some cases, I'm dad. They can't survive without, I am their world. There's times I will call home at 8 and say, have the dogs been fed? They were supposed to be fed at 7. Oh, right, we gotta feed the dogs. Guess what? Your dogs will survive, right? You matter. So in order for you to matter effectively to your family, you have to take care of you. And it took a while. I would turn off my phone and I would leave the house. Because if I stay at home, Mom, oh, hey, sweetheart, did you get this done today? Or what's for supper? You're a grown adult. Go figure out your own supper, right? But I still have to do that. I still have to tell them this. So I leave. I leave the house. And there was a time I sat in my truck for about 30 minutes. I drove away, and I sat there for about 30 minutes. And I said, oh my gosh, this is the longest 30 minutes of my life. I could be spending this with my daughter, and I could do this with my husband because he worked all day and I worked all day. And you know what? The dogs need some attention. They have to go for a walk. And oh my gosh, my house is a mess. I got to do this because I know they're not going to do it. And it went through and it went through and through. 30 minutes I sat there. But I got through 30 minutes away from the house. Everything turned off. And I went home and I said, hey, how did it go? Good. Oh, you're good? Like everything's, yep. They survived 30 minutes without me. And when I realized that they did that, and it took probably like several trips of driving away before I realized that, you know what? I need me time. I need to take care of me. But you are not alone in that. So don't think for 1 second that you're by yourself, because you're not. I promise you. And you're a good mom for even sitting there saying, they need me. How do I get away? How do I do this? So you're an amazing mom, all right? Know that.
I just wanted to add that I struggled with that big time, and thought my big kids were my little kids still. And when you give them the time and space to show you how good of a job you've done, it's absolutely amazing. And also, if you're spending 5 hours a night after work with your kids that you think is really great time, but you're stressed about the day and what you have to do and whatever, you're actually not spending quality time with them. So by giving them 4 hours when you've taken an hour to recharge and just do what makes your heart sing for 1 hour, that you come back and you're a better mother and a better wife and all of those things. And it's such an amazing place when you find it. And it's hard, but when you find it, it's such a better place to be.
Yeah. Bang on. So who can relate to Shanna? It's Shanna, right? Yes. Yeah, who can relate? See? You're not alone. And I'll be honest, like, I have my time where I sit there and say, okay, I'm going for my 2 hours a week. How many hours in a full week? Does anybody know? Like, yeah, huge. And I took 2 of those hours to say this is for me. So when you put it into perspective and say, I am taking 2 hours out of like, I think it's 700 and something. Is that what it is? Or 1,000, something like that. 2 hours out of 1,000 just for you is okay. That's okay. And it still makes you a good mom. Hey? Anybody else? I'm told I have 4 minutes.
So I will say that I don't have kids, but this was a very clear, it was an expectation that I talked with my fiance when I started Alliance, and that like, she is very, very chatty. So when she doesn't see me for most of the day, she will talk for 5-6 hours straight and let me know about every single little detail about her day. So I told her, I was like, hey, like, I need like a half hour by myself, just by myself. And then once that half hour is done, then I have your full attention. Like, you can talk about your entire day. I just need that half hour to sort of decompress a little bit. And it was an expectation we set from the very beginning, and it's something that we've kept going ever since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a great tool. Fantastic to have in your pocket. Yeah. Is there anybody else? Somebody? No? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm big on self-care, so don't beat yourselves up at all. Sneak around the corner. Is there anybody else that has anything that they want to just share? No. Okay. I'm going to pick on somebody that hasn't spoken soon.
I just wanted to do a compliment. You did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, so your challenges. 1, set time aside for you every week. If it has to start out with 30 minutes, start it out with 30 minutes. Okay? Every single week, set time for you, just you. Let the thoughts rummage through your head. You might struggle with it at first. You might cry. That is okay. You will get through it, I promise. But set that time for you. The other challenge, compliments. Compliments go a long, long way. So if you're here for just a couple more days or you're here till the end of the convention, every day you need to find somebody, at least 3 people that you don't know, and compliment them. Genuinely compliment them. Find something that you can give back to them, and I guarantee you will be rewarded for it. All right? Enjoy the rest of Coach U, and enjoy lunch when it gets here.
So Leslie, we have a little gift for you, if I can get this out. So we'll get you on the camera as I give this to you. Thank you very much. You did a great job. I know you did. Yeah, great morning thus far, and we've got lots to go after lunch. I think they're going to turn around here for the lunch now. So take a stretch break for about 5-10 minutes, and then come back in, and the lunch will be served. And we're going to start the program again at 1 o'clock, okay? Thanks. today, superstars, middle stars, and falling stars. And I've been able to work with these two ladies before, and Kelly in particular, you and I have worked for a long, long time. These lovely ladies came all the way from Newtown, Pennsylvania. They're with Keystone Answering Service, Medcom, Chris. Chris is Chris Bell is one of our favorite people. Kelly is the VP of Operations, and Diana is the Employee Engagement Specialist, and we're really happy to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all that are here and all that are here virtually. Kelly and I are happy to be here. We are a little nervous, I must say, because the presenters previous to us were awesome. So let's give them a round of applause. Kelly and I said, while we were listening, I said, maybe we should pack up and head back over the border. I hope we don't disappoint. And I do have Sarah at our table. She's going to give out candy, because I always think bribery is good, too. And that's, chocolate is one of my things. So we're hoping today we're going to talk about your superstars, middle stars, and falling stars, and how to help you identify them, motivate, and engage. And yes, before I jump ahead, we were going to just tell a little bit about ourselves. You want to go first?
So my name's Kelly Goodwin. I am the Vice President of Operations at Keystone Answering Service. Believe it or not, I've been with the company 34 years.
She was 12.
I started when I was in high school as an agent, and I have served in every position in that company that you could imagine, working my way to the Vice President of Operations. So I am very familiar with every aspect of the business, and I understand every aspect of the business, which I feel like gives me a great relationship with our staff, because I've been there, done it, so I understand what they're going through. Personally, I have two children. I have a 20-year-old son, and I have a 13-year-old daughter. The 13-year-old daughter, I would take 10 20-year-old sons over the 13-year-old daughter. She's a little challenging, I'm not going to lie, but she tests my patience all the time, but I guess they said they give you one just like you. Fun fact, just because we're always looking for awareness and to make sure that everybody is, promoting self-health, I am a 2-year breast cancer survivor. So, which happened during COVID, which was a lot of fun to get medical care during COVID. But I will tell you that it's changed my perspective on life. When you have a moment that is eye-opening, you no longer sweat any of the small stuff. I have a great outlook. Every day's a great day for me. I don't really have any bad days, and I don't really get angry anymore at anything. So if you can take anything away from that, just know that, every day should be a good day for you.
I agree. Awesome. I'm Diana Gallen. I'm a newbie to Keystone and to this industry. I'll be there 2 years, November the 13th. My background is customer service. I worked in the waterproofing industry for 18 years, HVAC industry for 5. I've always done customer service of some sort, production manager, call center, et cetera. So I thought that my skill set, I could help at Keystone. I have 2 children, 38, 35, and 3 grandchildren. Brian will be 12, Amelia is 8, and Graham is 2.5, and they are my pride and joy. They are my why. So let's get this party started. All right, that's right. You have the clicker. Yeah. So superstars. Does everybody know who this is? Because last night we went to the brew pub and I had the paper presentation, and our server was such a nice guy. And we're going through it, and he's like, well, show me a few. And I said, do you remember Superstar? And she's like, oh, come on, Diana. We're old. And he's like, no, I know who that is. So I just wanted to make sure. But so your superstars, we all wish we had more superstars. They make up between 10% and 30% of your team, and they are definitely a supervisor's dream. They're your aces. They're consistent. And the problem is we can tend to overlook them, not that we mean to, but we just do. Remember, not every employee will become a superstar. If you work your superstars too hard, they can become middle stars or become disengaged and become falling stars. Not everybody wants to be a superstar. They're happy to come in and Clock in and clock out. That's okay too. This is the biggest portion of your team, and they are definitely the backbone of your company. They make up 50% or more of the team. Some days they're great, some days they're not so great. They have the talent and the ability to become superstars, but there may be reasons why, and as managers, that's what we need to find out. Maybe they're not motivated, maybe they don't have enough training, maybe they're new to the industry. And again, some don't have the desire either.
Just kind of to comment on this, sometimes I feel like our middle stars, we don't always give them the tools to become superstars either. We have to find out what motivates them, the best ways to train them, what kind of learner are they. We need to put more time in to our middle stars to try to get them to be superstars. And I think sometimes, it's kind of like the squeaky wheel gets, paid attention to. And our middle stars, they're generally riding by once in a while. They might make a mistake. Once in a while, there might be an issue. But for the most part, they just show up and do their job and they leave. But we really want everybody to be growing at any given time. So we really need to concentrate on this group so that we can get them to be our superstar performers.
The falling stars, these are the employees that unfortunately we spend the most time on. Thankfully, they account for 20% or less of our workforce, but their impact is huge, and they don't carry their workload, and they're the reason why the superstars oftentimes are overworked. They prevent them from doing their jobs well. We're going to do a little exercise to see who the superstars, middle stars, and falling stars are within your organization. So you all have paper, correct, and pens at your table? Yeah, so our group exercise, and then
So what we were thinking was just kind of think of your organization and who your superstars are, your middle stars, and your falling stars. And then what our thought is like to share some ideas or what puts them in those categories for you, or how do you identify who those are? So if you could take a minute to maybe kind of write down who they are on your team, and then kind of get an idea.
or who you think they are.
Right, yeah. And kind of get an idea of what helps you put them in that category.
Yeah, so consider, as you're going through it, maybe why, and then we'll go through and see what they have in common. So we'll give you a few minutes to talk amongst yourselves. Kelly said a half hour. They're still talking. I said 5. All right, how'd we do? Kelly's going to come around the room. Consider why you placed these employees into a particular group, and we'll go over what characteristics and behavioral traits are in each group. So we'll start with our superstars.
Does anybody have, or would anybody like to share how they put in superstars or into that group? Hold on. One sec. Hold on. We got to give you the microphone.
Sorry about that. So for me, superstars are people who are consistent. So that's, again, with their time. They arrive on time, they're at work consistently, but their attitude and their work is consistent, so just consistency across the board. Take and provide feedback well, so feedback is a big piece of that. So understanding where they're at, there are people that know there's always room for improvement and are open to that. So those are kind of the two big ones that jump out for me. Anyone else?
Would anybody else like to share?
Thank you, Sarah. We bribed her with candy.
For superstars, I think a big part of being a superstar is going beyond and above than what they really have to. And with that is, with being a bigger company with bigger staffing, is sometimes the supervisors are not always available to answer questions on an account. So those superstars, people know to go to them to have their questions answered, and that they would have sound advice.
So they're like a go-to.
Exactly, for other CSRs.
That's a great example.
So taking the initiative, so people who take the initiative to go above and beyond, as Sarah said, by they don't have to ask us to do something, they just do it because they know how to do it, and gives us a break off our workload, and it definitely helps us, so definitely taking the initiative to do it.
Great, thank you.
It follows with an initiative, but challenging yourself. You want to learn and grow. You're not just content to be where you are.
That's great, yeah. Does anybody else have anything? Yeah.
We said that encouraging others, so you're a motivator, and also taking on extra tasks. And when the supervisor or team lead is looking for someone to pick up extra shifts or come in early, they're the ones that automatically come in for you.
That's great, thank you. You want to?
Coming up with ideas and creating solutions to problems.
Anybody else? So yeah, those are
They're great.
Yeah.
Consistent. They like feedback. They go beyond and above. They're your go-to. They take initiative. They want to grow and learn. They're motivators. They take on tasks. They have solutions and ideas. Right, very good.
Great. So you want to do middle stars?
Yeah, we're going to move on to our middle stars. Same thing. What can you think of? Then that is your largest group of employees. Anything come to mind?
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, how would you identify who your middle stars are? Like, what types of traits do they have that would make you put them in that category as opposed to a superstar?
Well, middle stars are still very much very good operators and CSRs, but they don't have that additional motivation to go further, or they don't have that initiative to go further. And it's just trying to find out that initiative and that motivation for them to actually go further. So a lot of them, I believe, would actually become superstars if they had that extra tutelage.
Yeah, that's great.
I find they can be the stealth person on shift. So if there's someone there that you don't have to think about because you know they're going to do their job and they're consistent, they're going to be a middle star, but they're not standing out in your mind as they've just rocked a situation and just gone above and beyond. So that would be my
Very good.
Yeah, I find in our organization, our middle stars, basically, you know, they come to work every day. They sit down in their chair. They take calls. They meet the numbers we ask them to. They don't go above and beyond. Like, they might 4 o'clock, they might clock out. It doesn't matter. There's 10 new calls sitting there. They're just, my day's done. I have other performers that would not leave until that call queue is cleared. You can't blame them. They've been there 8 hours a day. I mean, we can't make everybody a superstar. We need our middle stars just as much as we need our superstars. But they also have outside influences that maybe they can't stay, or maybe they can't be the one that steps up, or maybe this is all they can give, but what they're giving is wonderful. They're still doing their job, and they're still doing what we ask of them. So I feel like, yes, they are a big part of our organization. I think the big thing is to identify how can you get them to be a superstar if they want to be a superstar.
Yeah, very good. Now, this is the biggie here. Your falling stars. How do you identify them? They're pretty easy.
Mine is accountability. So if you're talking to someone about a coaching and they don't want to take their side of it, you can be partly the company side and you've owned up to it, but they're not going to acknowledge their portion at all. That's kind of a falling star for me.
And they don't take feedback well, right?
Or even just accountability for anything that's happened.
Anybody else, falling stars?
You are always suspecting they're going to call in sick.
Well, not suspecting, but expecting. Expecting they're going to call in sick. It's going to happen. When the phone rings and you see their caller ID, you're like,
and you
"Here it
cringe.
comes."
The negative Nelly for every conversation you have.
I find that some of them, they don't want to do the work to change. So if they, keep on making the same mistake, and you've told them what mistake they're making, they just don't do the work to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And that's a little frustrating.
So they're not adaptable.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else?
Kelly, do you have a few more? I'm sure after 30-some years you could add. It's funny, we were just talking about at the table at lunch, like some of the excuses you get
Yeah,
for,
I mean,
for call-outs.
We all have the same excuses. We all have the same report-offs. Our falling stars, their attitude is poor. They're showing up. I realize that everybody needs a paycheck, but they're literally showing up for their paycheck. I mean, you have people that don't really like the job, but won't look outside for other employment. They're critical. They don't buy into company culture. They won't buy into, we try to do a lot of motivation type of events that Diana has been putting together, and I get, 50% of the people will buy into it and participate. And you always have those ones on the bottom that poo-poo everything and don't want to participate, don't want to buy into what we're trying to do, or that management's dumb, or that we don't know what we're doing, and it's very toxic to your organization.
That's
and
a good one, Kelly.
And
toxic.
we need to find them, and we need to identify who they are. And they're not always easy to find because a lot of times they
They
fly under the
hide.
radar. Yeah.
The ones that are late and call out all the time, they're easier to identify. Anybody else? Got your clicker?
No. So do you want that side?
Oh, so when you get back to your office, I don't know how many of you have HR departments, how many do reviews quarterly, annually. I would say when you go back, talk to HR. Have your superstars received the best performance reviews? If you're not doing them, I think it's really important. People, I know we talked about feedback this morning. Your superstars definitely want the feedback, good or bad, because they want to improve. And I think, too, when you sit down and review with either a superstar, middle star, or falling star, documentation is critical. Because if you're having issues, you need to have it in writing. And it helps you to identify what category they fall into, and it gives you a baseline as well. So how do we keep these superstars happy?
Candy, lots of chocolate.
Lots of chocolate, food. Don't dump on them, and maybe we don't realize we're dumping on them. They do become abused as opposed to rewarded. We put a lot of work on their plate, and they don't complain about it. So they're picking up the slack for for the falling stars who are not doing their job and they're asked to do more because they're doing less?
So I have a quick example of this. Years ago, we had an agent that could run circles around all the other agents. I mean, she was extremely talented, could take a ton of calls, very rarely, if ever, made a mistake. In our organization, we allow like-skilled agents to switch with each other to get coverage for themselves, and it gets approved by the supervisor. Kind of leaves the administrative team out of, as long as it doesn't, pretend that it doesn't create overtime, doesn't, all these other things. But we allow them to switch shifts, kind of gives them some control over when they need a day off. And this particular agent was so good that when she would look for coverage, there was nobody that could cover for her. Because we didn't want to approve it because she needed 2 people to cover her shift. She was that good. But it's not her fault. I mean, she was that good, but that's not her fault. That she was so good, it was almost a punishment to her that we finally had to recognize, like, hey, she's only got 1 or 2 people that could ever cover for her, and that's not fair to her. Everybody else in this company can get someone to cover for them on a day off. We wanted to encourage her to continue to do that well, but if we didn't help her, what's going to motivate her to continue to perform at the level she was, because she wasn't getting rewarded for it. It was almost like she was being penalized for it. Did anybody else have any examples of ways that we, abuse our superstars or what we do to them? I think they kind of just, they're always willing to take on additional work. I mean, it's very easy to kind of, put work on them and say, here, could you do this for me? What is it that saying, the reward for a job well done is more work?
One aspect of that I think is important too is what you said about the squeaky wheel getting the grease. So some people are really motivated and driven by quality time and recognition. So when you're recognizing the falling stars and spending one-on-one time with them, your high performers don't know what the conversation is, and they maybe feel slighted because I'm the one who's here doing all this work, but yet I get special face time.
Right.
Or they get special face time and I don't.
It's kind of like when we think of children or toddlers, some attention is better than no attention. Like when they're throwing a fit, we're paying attention to them, even though it's not positive attention, but they're getting the attention. And then it's learned behavior too, So yeah, that's a great example.
Right.
Anybody else?
I think also going along with that is checking in on your superstars regularly. So oftentimes they sort of are like, something might be wrong, but because they perform so well all the time, you wouldn't really know unless you actually ask them. So checking in on them regularly, just like you do with your middle and your falling stars, kind of help them keep in check and be like, oh, okay, yes, someone is still, there for me at this time.
That's great.
Yeah. Anybody else?
So don't overlook them. Again, everybody needs recognition or kudos, and it's unfortunate that we tend to ignore them. And they do have strong personalities and sometimes egos. I don't think most superstars require that much attention, but a little bit will go a long way. Yeah. Be selfless, not selfish with your superstars. That's hard because if you're in a company where there's growth, they may want to grow out of that position. You're not going to want to let them go, right? You're going to want to keep them. If you keep them and they're not happy, they're not going to stay superstars. They're going to become a middle star or a falling star. So help them either leave, which is difficult, to take another position. Sometimes they leave to go to a different industry, another company. So help them. If not, you'll have an unhappy employee.
And we are truly guilty of this too. I mean, this isn't just words. I have a supervisor that's been with us for 25 years. She grows every year financially, but she hasn't moved out of that position because we like her in that position. She does amazing in that position, and one of them is the Saturday morning shift that is like the worst shift ever, and we never worry about it. But it's not fair to her, and I recently had a conversation with her, and she's just like, oh my God, after 25 years, I'm finally gonna do something else. I was like, well, you didn't really say anything. You wanted to do anything else? And I was like, whew, she wants to stay there, so I'm just not going to talk about it. But yeah, we do have to recognize that people grow. And I will say in our organization, we are a very small administrative team. There's not a ton of growth, but we can give them tasks to do that help them grow, even if it keeps them in the same position. We just want to give them different tasks that help them grow in their learning so they learn more about the business. But maybe, 2 or 3 days a week, they're still in that same position. So we still can help them grow somewhat.
Right. Get them involved, give them a voice within your company, have them participate, and freedom in doing a job and not micromanaging them. And use their skills in in your decision-making process and your hiring process. Because a superstar may be able to spot another superstar. Maybe they know someone as well.
So we've also, in our organization, used some of our superstars. I know a lot of people have started outsourcing their call monitoring program. We have purposely chosen to keep that in-house, and we have our superstars do a lot of call monitoring so that they can share what they've learned and they can pass that on to other agents. It gives them a different task to do, gets them off the calls. But they feel very helpful and very useful to be able to take on a task, and they can also teach people skill sets that they need to maybe improve their call taking. So we're trying to use them in other areas, and I think involving them in the decision-making process. I know a lot of times, so one of my main jobs years ago was I did all account programming, and I was very consistent in saying to people, after I've done this, take a look at it, I want your feedback. I need to know, you guys are the ones who answer the calls. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I would sign on a check on it, I'm like, who built this account? Because this does not flow well at all. Like, why didn't somebody give me some feedback on this? So I make sure that I include them into what their thought processes are, what's gonna work, what's not gonna work, because they're in it every day, day to day. They know what works and what doesn't. Utilize them. Get them to help you. And it makes them feel like they're, that they're helping it grow, but they're also part of the process. So even if you can't, promote them, but utilize them in other ways.
Delegate, delegate, delegate. I think this is in a management position is hard for people. Kelly and I had talked about this. Sometimes you think, oh, by the time I show somebody, I could have done it myself, right? Don't micromanage. Superstars do not want to be micromanaged. So let them do their own thing, and they'll do well. And communication, again, we talked about that. We're communication companies, and a lot of us have poor communication. So be transparent. Keep the lines of communication open. We just talked about having them train. We do call monitoring. Mentorship is great. The call monitoring and special pet projects. Have you guys done anything like that with some of your superstar employees? Any types of projects?
So one of our superstars isn't interested in leadership per se. We've tried, we've, asked him specifically, is this something you'd be interested in? And it's not, that's just not who he is as a person, but he's amazing at what he does. So we have had him involved in training of new hires. If we're going to do any sort of job aid or anything like that, we always get his feedback because he's that sort of detail-oriented person who's gonna catch the thing we missed. So anything like that, we're sort of running it by him. So although he's not, officially in the leadership team, he's very much a part of the decision-making and the training and coaching side of things. And again, you can see the difference since they've started including him in that capacity, that he does feel sort of more engaged in his role as well and more appreciated. So, yeah.
Anybody else? Kelly, we're gonna be doing something like that with one of our supervisors, correct?
Yes.
On the training end?
Yeah, so we were just talking about the supervisor that I've had for 25 years that is going to do something else. So I recently, we've I don't know if you don't really want to say this, fortunate, but our call volume has slowed down a bit after the pandemic, finally, and we are now a little overstaffed in certain areas. So I'm taking this opportunity to pull her off the schedule because I know I will never get this opportunity again if I wait until we ramp back up again. I need to get used to not having her there. Our platform that we use a StarTel system, and we're trying to move over to their next platform. And she's an extremely detail-oriented person, can do fabulous work programming. So now 2 days a week, I'm going to get her to do some programming. She's ecstatic. She can't wait to start. And she is amazing at what she does, and I'm sad that we didn't find something for her to do sooner. But it's kind of like when you're in the thick of it and you're constantly busy, you just go with what's working. But we can't always be complacent like that because it's not fair to them. Thankfully, she never left and she didn't look for something else. It worked for her, which was good for us because we didn't lose her talent, but we very easily could have because we overlooked her for far too long.
Especially when you have longevity and you have employees that have been with you a long time doing the same thing, it can get stale and old, and they would look forward to a project or to help.
Right.
And aren't we going to do that as well with one of the other supervisors for the training end?
Yes, so we do. We have another supervisor, same situation. All of our supervisors, they don't supervise every shift. We have a bunch. They'll supervise some. They'll be an agent on some. We're finding tasks for her. So I kind of went to our supervisors and asked them what type of work do they like to do outside of supervising and taking calls. Are you a good marketing person? Are you a good salesperson? Are you a good programming person? So, give me what you like to do, and we're going to find some opportunities for you to do that. We're no longer going to let you just sit in that chair and say to yourself, oh, I wish I could do this, or I know I could help do this, or I know I could help do that. It's very hard to give them up in the jobs they're in, but we have to do it. If we don't do it, we're going to lose them.
Training superstars love to learn. Sign them up for webinars, classes, see if there's any interest that they have. Help them sharpen their skills and keep them happy. Celebrate their success. Create a culture of recognition. We started a few months ago. We do a weekly win, and we ask supervisors, managers, our CSRs, to come up with one thing that happened within that week that was positive with either a client, one another, a manager that helped, a supervisor. And I type it up and put a little inspirational quote on, send it out to everybody, and we just say thank you to each other and try and recognize one another.
Yeah, because we obviously, when someone calls in and compliments us on something, we share that with everybody. Hey, we got a compliment. But there are people doing everyday things that don't get recognized. And we are trying to take that opportunity. And since I'm not on the floor, I'm not in the call center very often, I don't see what a lot of our staff are doing. So if I don't hear it from my supervisors or from their peers, I don't always know what they're doing well. And I certainly want to recognize them. I want to say when I'm walking down the hallway, hey, great job. But I don't always know what that is. So this has been a great opportunity for them to submit these ideas, and it can be anybody. It can be peer-to-peer, it can be supervisor, management, and it's actually really worked out. I mean, it's like pulling teeth sometimes to get people to say something nice, but...
Well, it's funny, how come people could find 10 negatives and you ask for one positive? I mean, I kind of look at each day, I want to find something positive. I don't want to buy into that negative, so we're hoping that this would help foster more positivity.
Does anybody here have anything that they do that they're able to share successes or recognize their staff members on, other than big awards or things like that? Do you have something like a weekly win program or things that you? Yeah. So kudos, yes.
It's just basically throughout the week, I send out usually a reminder on Tuesday. If there's any, keep an eye open for, catching people in the act of awesomeness, and anybody can nominate anybody. And so each Friday an email goes out just sort of saying, this person had this to say about so-and-so's performance, and this person really liked that they got help from, that person, and this person got a call from someone who said their experience here was really great with such and such agent. And again, it gives them the opportunity to nominate each other, but it gives also people who may not normally be in the spotlight to be in the spotlight. Yeah, so.
We do twice a day shift reports for our shift leads, and no problem. And of course, we ask questions like attendance questions. Was there any schedule changes? Did you come across any problems or find any solutions today? But I also worked in ABCD, which is above the Call of Duty. So twice a day, every day, we get somebody doing a shout out for somebody else.
So we also do shift reports, and there wasn't a line item on there for you to find something good like that. So we added it to our shift reports because I didn't think before when I created that shift report that, yeah, like, tell me something good that happened. I was expecting you to tell me all the bad that happened so I could, put out the fires the next morning, but I never thought of saying, yeah, tell me something good that happened. So yeah, we added that to our shift report as well.
It's hard though. It's like a mindset too. You have to get, people are used to in their shift reports to say so-and-so didn't do this or didn't do that or made a mistake. So you want to get everybody into that habit.
We have, so a couple of CAMXs ago, we took on a suggestion from one of our other teams that were here, and we do monetary. So when there's 3 different sections. There's attendance, there's quality, and taking on extra shifts. So if you come in for all of your shifts all week, you get a 50-cent bonus for the whole pay. If you have a 90% or above, you get a bonus. If you take on extra shifts for 4 to 9, you get an extra bonus. So it's like extra money in your pocket.
That's great. Who doesn't like money, right?
So we also have our forum that is just strictly for like intranet sort of for people to share things, updates on new accounts. But the one thing we have is our kudos or frogging. So the frogging was the forever recognizing others' greatness. And so we used to have little physical cards that we would send around, but now we have a post on the forum. So if you want to give a kudos to one of your coworkers, maybe they helped you do something or helped you understand an account, or maybe they were just there for you to talk to after a bad call or a long day or a bad week, then you just go on there and thank them, and then everybody else can see like, oh, that's so nice, somebody did something nice for that person.
We also do, besides the kudos, we do the core value recognition. So if another CSR recognizes something that another CSR has done that has basically followed initiative, individuality, integrity, or innovation, they can actually get nominated for that. And then the owner of the company will decide whether or not they get that award. And if you get all 4 awards, you end up getting a free day paid off for work. And we also do, at the end of the year, we do a bonus where your top PFP, so your top scores, if you're over 95%, there's like the top 3, so number 1 out of the year, number 2 out of the year, but there's also like most improved is on there as well. So that's a good motivation.
Thank you. Anybody else? I hope our video works. Fingers crossed.
Is it in there? It's not in there. All right, well, this was supposed to be a video. So pretend you're watching it.
Yeah, I want your pie.
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be a video.
That's a really good one, too.
Yeah, it's not embedded.
All right.
And this video was about,
well, this talked about how a lot of employees, it's not, we always think it's money. I mean, of course, money's important, but money isn't their main objective. Recognition, time off, positive work culture. It was, Kelly, there was 5 minutes we could have killed.
so get your phones out. I'm going to give you the link to watch
Well,
it.
you know what? If anybody wants a copy, I can send it for sure. How to manage, motivate, and engage your middle stars. So before you do anything, you want to find out if they fall in the middle or they fall at the bottom. Who's doing just the bare minimum? Who doesn't interact with the team? Who's not positive? Who's playing solitaire in between or on Facebook, surfing the internet? So you really need to know which employees you want to work with and coach and spend your time, because your time is valuable.
Yeah, so, and in identifying them, we need to also identify if there's circumstances that are keeping them idle or bored or doing just the bare minimum. So it's important to identify those circumstances as well, because they may only be a middle star because of something else that's happening in their life.
This is just a breakdown of your middle stars. So 20% lack the confidence, 20% lack a clear understanding. The 10% are checked out, so that's your falling stars. And 50% need more guidance. And that falls on their supervisors and management. So 20% lack confidence. They might be new to the industry. It might be a new position. Clear understanding, have we given them the expectation and enough training? 10% are maxed out, and maybe a few you could salvage. The other 50%, some don't know how to get to the higher level and definitely need more training and guidance. And some think, I don't know if I want to be a high performer, a superstar. They work too much. They stay late. They went to the right school. They chose the right career path. So there are some reasons why maybe they don't know how or why they haven't achieved becoming a superstar. And again, some people don't want that responsibility. They just want to clock out and go home, which is fine.
And in each one of these breakdowns, we can ask ourselves, like, if it's lack of confidence, are we giving them the right training to be confident in their ability to handle the job?
And tools.
Right. We don't always know, maybe they don't know the right phraseology. Maybe they don't know how to handle an irate caller. Maybe they don't know how to handle, you know, someone who's upset because of a death call or things like that. So we need to make sure that in our training that we are giving them the tools to build their confidence so that when one of these episodes happen, they can manage it. And clear understanding, same. Like, we need to, because I'm from the operations side and the programming side, my initial conversation with anything that goes wrong is, did something, like, what is not in that client build-up or client setup that caused you to either make that mistake or miss that? I want to take ownership for that, because if I'm not giving you enough instructions, then you can't do your job right. Mind you, sometimes they're ignoring the instructions. I get that. But I always approach it with, what did I miss? What did I not put in there for you, before I say to them, you missed doing this. So yeah, we have to make sure that we're training, either they're giving them tools to learn it, or just training in general, like they know how to do it, but they're not doing it, so we need ongoing training.
So here's a little checklist that you can go through. Are your expectations clear, and are they reasonable? Is there sufficient, and not just sufficient training in the beginning, but when you're newer, you need ongoing training. Do they understand why it's so important to do their job the right way? And are they held accountable? And what are your consequences? I kind of feel like maybe with the pandemic, everyone has the same issue of finding good help, and sometimes we keep people because we need somebody in a seat.
You need a warm body.
Right, you need a warm body, but what are the consequences? Because what happens then, if there's no consequence for that employee, then your superstars and some of your middle stars, they're angry. Well, if they're late all the time, then what's the consequence? And positive reinforcement again, and recognition. And I think I put that in red. Are they facing any obstacles at home? Kelly's told me stories from over the years. You had one agent that was late all the time.
Yeah, so we had an agent that was either late or needed to get up every day at the same time. And I have to go to the bathroom. We finally realized there was a pattern here. And instead of the employee coming to us and saying there was an issue, she was a work from home agent, and she had no way to get her child on the bus. Then for her to log out, run to the bus stop, put their child on the bus, and run back. Because we didn't know the circumstance, we looked at it as, she's late coming back from break, she always needs a break at the same time, she's never in rotation at this time. So sometimes we have to do a little digging to find out. And we see patterns of behavior. I mean, she was a very good agent, but always right at this time, it was like, what's going on? So we were able to solve her problem and help us too. So we just kind of changed the schedule around, put a little extra coverage in there. But that also ties her to us because she knows that we're willing to work with her, and she knows that the organization she works for is going to give her this little bit of time to help take care of her children where she may not get that somewhere else. So there's, it's kind of like a little bit of a hook too. I mean, I don't want to make anybody stay that doesn't want to, but we need to give them value too. Like, I feel like it's a give and take. I mean, it's not always about the company, it's about them as people as well. We have to make sure that we're helping them. Just also in another example, we have, and I'm sure we all have this person in our organization. We had an agent that was with us for 25, 30 years, did amazing work, never ever caused a problem, late every day. 4 minutes late every day. What do you do with a person that's 4 minutes late every day? I mean, I want to keep her because she's got 25 years experience. How do I retrain that? How do I get that knowledge back? But our people sitting in the chairs were so angry that this woman was 4 minutes late every day, 5 minutes. Now, if she was a half hour late every day, I would get it, be like, well, listen, we got to fix this. Every day. I hit the train. Okay, leave 10 minutes earlier so the train doesn't come. But like, what do you do with that person? We finally had to, I changed her schedule a couple times, so, because she, generally when people are late every day, that's a habit for them. That's their personality. That's not because they hit traffic. So I changed her schedule. She was still late. Doesn't matter what time I brought her in. If I brought her at noon, she'd still be late. Unfortunately, we finally had to let her go. We finally had to say to her, you either need to correct this or you have to go, because the negative impact it is having on the rest of this staff, because we are not addressing this. Even though I addressed it many times, but the behavior did not change. I hated to give up this employee because she takes with her knowledge that I cannot get back. But sometimes we have to make that decision, and it was an extremely hard decision to make. And probably should have been made sooner than later. I mean, we're certainly all not perfect in this, and we all learn as we go, but it was definitely a difficult situation. She was one that helped our company when we had 2 positions get to where we are now. So it was like a legacy employee it's very hard to let go of.
Definitely. Any other obstacles that
sorry.
maybe you have faced within your own company with employees?
Not necessarily an obstacle with a fellow employee, but starting out with this company, I had a lot of traumatic experiences quite back to back during COVID with other jobs. I'm the type of person, I typically go above and beyond any job I work in. That's just my personality. That's who I am. I love getting to know my fellow employees, trying to help out as much as I can, trying to help my bosses as much as I can, and I do that in every position I'm in. So to get let go before a 3-month probationary period with no reason given, multiple times, mother of 2, only income, I was like traumatized and worried that, if I mess up, it's going to be the end of it. If I come in late one time, and I screw up, then that's it, I'm done. I ended up getting really sick. I think it was right before my 3-month probationary period was up, and I was out for 7 days in my bed, could not do anything. I was done. And I was terrified. But every day they checked in with me, asked if there was anything they could do. I've never worked for a company like this before in my entire life. They're so understanding, and they really do want to help. So I just wanted to shed that positive light, that trauma does come from working in other employee environments that are not like what we do here. And it's just, it's very appreciative that there's actually employment out there who care and understand that, yes, I am an employee. However, I'm also a mother. I'm also a wife. I'm also a caretaker for parts of my family. There's things that happen outside of work, and if you keep people like that happy, they're going to want to stay.
I agree.
But anyways,
Yeah, we've had that too. We've had a few employees taking care of elderly parent, and you need to cut them a lot of slack. We had one whose sister was ill for several weeks, and you're right, that goes a long way.
Yeah, and I've always tried to be of the mindset that let's, why focus on the things that people don't do well? Let's focus on the things they do great. I wish I could get all of my people to buy into that, because we all have things that we don't do well, and instead of them dwelling on them, like this woman who was 4 minutes late every day, when she got in her chair, she didn't move. She was fantastic. So instead of focusing on that, we've all focused on her 4 minutes late every day. I would have loved to be able to change their mindset, but I lost.
So finding those obstacles is critical. How to help your middle stars? Maybe they're not confident, increase their responsibilities, but make sure to start off small because you don't want to overwhelm them and get them in over their head. Maybe they have a hidden talent they didn't know about. And encouragement. We talked about performance feedback. I think a lot of companies don't give enough, and you need, like we had said earlier this morning, it depends on the approach. I always say something positive first, and then I think it's in your delivery as well. Set goals. I think goals are important, but the problem with goals, it's like in the new year, everybody, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to exercise, I'm going to do this at work. And then we put them aside and we never look at them again. So you got to keep them, your goals right there next to you and look at them every day. Catch them doing something right, instead of something wrong. Pair them up with a superstar for a mentoring program. And remember, they're on the bubble. They can either become a superstar or become a falling star, and you want them to become a superstar. I don't think this is going to work either. Oh, this was really good, too. This was about when you see it, say it, only to positive praise, not negative. As I said, I can send a copy of this, whoever wants it, and hopefully it's embedded.
We all understand this, but it seems to be obvious. But you want to praise in public, but you want to criticize in private, because we don't want to cause anybody to be uncomfortable. And I don't think you're going to get your point across because they're too worried about what everybody else is thinking. It's very important to make sure that we are speaking to them directly, and we don't address an entire group for one person.
Right in front of their peers.
We want to make sure we go right to the source, and then we get it taken care of. Nobody likes to be chastised for something one person did because nobody wants to address, they only want to address a group. I think we have Sarah back there.
All right, so I have a question about middle stars and the confidence or lack of confidence. What would you suggest doing for those employees that are just naturally meek and they don't have that confidence? Like you can try to work with them, you can try to motivate them, but they're just meek and they don't have that confidence naturally. What would you suggest doing with them?
Say start small. Maybe give them a project, but small steps. Because again, not everybody is going to or wants to become a superstar, but you at least want to try and give them the guidance that if they want it, and maybe if you're a little meeker, are you like thinking of them in a leadership capacity or just?
No, just as stepping up to the superstar position, they're just always quiet, they're always in the shadow, like they do excellent work, but they just don't have that confidence where you've given them some opportunities, but they don't want to take it, like they're just happy
Where they are. And some people are just happy where they are. And I guess communication, speaking with them, asking them point blank, what do you want? Maybe they have a hidden talent they didn't know that they had.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, I was going a different direction with that. I was thinking you were talking about an agent that was meek and mild, so forgive me, but I was going in a different direction. But yeah, I would say that, what I did is I reached out to them and asked them what, especially if they've been in the business a long time, they know what we do. What would you like to do? What would you like to help with? What would you like to learn more about? Can we give you some training on something you don't know about that you'd like to learn more about? Like there's, tons of things that goes into building our accounts and talking with our clients. Maybe they would like to be in on our initial conversation with our clients so that they can make sure, like I know that sometimes if we don't include a senior staff member in our initial conversation with a client, we may overpromise because we think that's a great idea, but our staff may think, not such a good idea. So maybe find out what they would like to be included in that maybe they can give back. It might not be leadership. It could be, just something that they want to help with. It could even be something like they want to start, a volunteer program within your organization. Like they want to give back and they want to run that, or We had one time, we had an agent that wanted to write a newsletter for us. And so we gave her time built into her week to write a newsletter for us because she was creative and wanted to share stories, and she would go up on the internet, look for all these interesting stories and share a newsletter. So I think we really have to work hard to find out what motivates them and what they would like to do. And sometimes we have to think outside of the box. It might not be something specific to the current role that they're in, but they still bring a ton to the table. So, I mean, anybody else have any suggestions on what you would do to try to kind of bring that out in people other than, I mean, we send out surveys. We'll send a survey out, like, what motivates you or what would you like to do? What would you, some fill it out, some don't, but we do learn from those surveys.
I can actually speak from a personal perspective because I myself am quite more meek and more shy. So I'm not a very chatty person within the organization. And so what it was when I was starting to become into a leadership role, my direct supervisors were like, hey, we're going to give you the training. We're going to work with you to build that confidence over time. And we're going to invest in that. And I found that was a really sort of rewarding experience because it was like, okay, I'm not where I want to be, but they recognize that they want to help me get to that position. And I think that's a huge thing, is that it's not going to be sort of a quick 1-2 moment. It's going to be a building process to get them where they want to be and where you want to be as well.
I honestly feel things like this will help your middle stars get to superstars. This type of meeting, this type of coaching, I could say from us in the States, we don't really have an organization that does this Coach You type thing. And I would bet that when you can sit amongst people that are doing the same jobs that you are, and you can network with them and all share your stories, and then we become more confident in our ability to do that exact same job because we hear that other people are doing it very similar, or they give us tips on how to do it better. And the only way you find that out is to share with people. So, having more opportunities like this is amazing. I wish I could send all of my people to this because I think they would all benefit from a session like this.
So what's keeping middle stars from becoming superstars? We can sit and ask them these open-ended questions. So you can set the stage by asking questions and drilling down to find out. Example, well, Jane, your performance has been solid. You're meeting all of our expectations. I believe you have untapped potential, and we want to help you tap into that potential. Is there something you would like to discuss further? They say yes, you move on to the next question. If they say no, you turn it into a yes by asking them why. Part 2, you assess their confidence. You ask them, do you see the same potential that I see? If yes, move on to 3. If no, you ask them that open-ended question again. 3, clarify expectations. Can you tell me what you consider the criteria is to becoming a high performer within our company? And again, assessing their uncertainty. What's holding them back? Can you tell me a time over the last 3, 6, or 12 months where you've been frustrated, burned out, or demotivated? So you're really just trying to drill down with these questions and have them answer the questions for you. 5, perceived satisfaction. You ask them if they remember a time when they first started, what their greatest hope was, what they were looking to achieve, their favorite part of their job, and what really drives them. So this is just a 5-part question, or questions rather, that you can ask and drill down, pare down, and find out. Your return on investment for taking the time to drill down and ask these questions. Why do you think this is so important? And what do you think the return on investment is?
When they feel heard, then they're going to want to perform better. They're going to be able to tell you exactly what you need to do to help them. So both ways, it's a win-win. Yeah.
And they're also the biggest and the backbone within your company.
Yeah, I don't personally think anybody shows up to do a bad job. I think everybody wants to do well. If they're not doing well, something's causing them not to do well. It may be personal, it may be professional, it doesn't matter what it is. I don't think anybody intends to do a poor job any day in their life. So we have to be mindful of that, and we have to make sure that we're recognizing if they're having a bad day, if they're having a bad month, what's causing their performance to slip, and we have to address it with them and, you know, provide the feedback they need. And sometimes they'll tell us what's causing that, and it may be a very temporary thing. It may be a situation that's temporary in their life. You are going to have people who just are, I hate to use the word, but sometimes lazy. They just don't want to do anymore. This is okay with them. And that you have to identify, is it causing a disruption to your group, or is it okay? If they're a middle star and they're happy being there, but it's not causing any problems in your group, then you're okay leaving them there be a middle star. They may decide 6 months from now, you know what, I do want to do something different. I'm tired of doing the same thing. So I think, you know, we still recognize them, we still encourage them, but they may be okay right now.
Your falling stars.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Fun. Well, again, they're easy to identify. Uncooperative, late, high rate of absenteeism, just getting by, taking up too much of your time, and they need to be removed and replaced. And I know it's hard for a lot of companies, like we said earlier. Sometimes you just need a warm body in the seat, but their negativity a lot of times is definitely not worth the price.
And oddly enough, we had an instance years ago where we had an agent that was pretty, I mean, I guess she was toxic to the environment, but she could do the job. You'd be surprised if you ask your staff, they would rather work shorthanded than work with a toxic person. So, yes, absolutely. So even though as a manager, I look at it and said, oh, I got an extra person, she can take 300 more calls. But if I put her in the room with all of these other staff members, their attitude immediately changes because now they have to work with someone who is very negative in the group. They would rather work shorthanded. And they will tell you that. They don't care. They would rather work shorthanded.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
How to handle your falling stars. You can do the same thing that you would do with your middle stars. You have to set that path, make sure that the company values are expressed when they're hired. And I think the most important thing is in the hiring process too. You have to make the expectations clear, and many times they have to be repeated over and over again with a falling star. So you take the same steps as you would with a middle star. You do your documentation, performance reviews, and let them know how their performance is affecting your team, the company, and your clients, and give them examples. Doesn't mean that some of them will really care, but don't allow them to skate by because it's going to be detrimental. And if you have to stuff out the star if all else fails and tell them to seek their greatness elsewhere. If this is something above your pay grade, then speak with your management team.
So just kind of go back to the beginning, when you hire them, make your expectations clear. I've also held that title in my company where I did a lot of hiring. And because I worked in that position, I knew what this job requires. So every person that I interviewed, I laid it on extremely thick. I said, listen, you're going to work weekends. You're going to have to work holidays. You're going to have to work snow days. You can't take off Black Friday because all of your friends are going shopping. You have to realize the commitment of a 24-hour business. It is not the same as a commitment of a 9-to-5 business. When you're not here, someone else does your work. In a typical desk job, you're not there. You come in the next day and all your work is still there for you. That's not how this business works. So you need to really understand what we're expecting of you so that you can commit to this job, because I can't bring you on and then 2 months later you say, you know what, I don't want to work 5 to 9 at night. I want to work, I want to work 9 to 3 in the morning. Well, good luck. So do we all. We want to work 9 to 3 in the morning. So we have gone as far as on our application, we're asking them, what hours can you commit to? Because they'll change within 4 to 6 weeks. I don't want to work those hours anymore. Okay, but that's what you were hired for. I know, but I can't do that anymore. Well, then you can't stay. I have drilled home. Probably every person who I've interviewed is probably like, lady, shut up already. I get it. But I mean, in all honesty, like, we have to get people to understand the nature of this business. This is what you signed up for. If you were a nurse in a hospital, you'd work a 12-hour shift. You wouldn't leave early. You wouldn't, report off. Like, you can't leave till your replacement comes. That's the expectation of that job. So from day one, I'm very clear what the expectation of this job is. Again, I've worked it. I have worked weekends. I have been in your shoes. I've worked every holiday. I mean, I've done all of this. So you cannot say to me, oh, well, you don't understand. No, I do understand. So I think making the expectation clear from day one is extremely important, because this business is not the normal animal. I mean, it's definitely different. You have to commit to it. Oh, new topic.
I know, it's not going to work. This is our last group we were going to talk about. I'm sure we've all heard about the new terminology, quietly quitting. And my video is not going to work. I'm sorry.
So we're quietly going to quit.
Yeah, we're quietly going to walk out the door. What are some of the reasons? And so they're saying that quiet quitters are just doing their job now. They're doing nothing more. And some of the reasons, they're burnout, pandemic, working from home, and poor leadership and management. I just kind of thought I'd throw that in there. They're not one of they could be a superstar, they could be a middle star. Again, you'd want to find out the reasons why. And my video would have been great. So have you heard of, I'm sure you've all heard of the quietly quitting?
So basically, I can give an example. Like, for me, quiet quitting is, through the pandemic, we were all extremely busy. Everything shut down. We did not. I couldn't hire any additional staff, so our staff was taking 3 times the calls they could. And I feel like that we got very accustomed to providing a lower level of service because our clients were understanding of that, because they couldn't do the work themselves. And I feel like now that we've kind of opened up, I can hire again. I'm trying to get those people that worked their tails off and gave their all to now kind of go back to being the employee they were, instead of just saying, when there's 25 new calls and I can only get to 1 at a time. And we all agree with that during the pandemic. You can only do what you can do. Now we're back to where we were. So we need you to step back up to what you were doing instead of just doing enough to get by, because that's not enough. I mean, we really have to make sure that we're providing the best grade of service to our clients. Yes, there was a time when they were just thankful someone answered the phone. But now we have to earn their business again. We have to make sure, because there's competitors out there that will earn their business. And we have to see, which of our employees are basically just going through the motion now. And we have to find a way to kind of get them back to where they were before this all occurred. But this is a national epidemic. Like, people are just sitting at their desks, doing enough work to get by, nothing else. And it's unfortunate, because people used to give a lot more. But it really, those times we're trying on everybody.
Definitely.
Another video.
None of my videos, oh no.
All right.
So if there's issues, I think taking action is, you have to do it right away. It's almost like when you have a child, wait till your father gets home. No, the action is now. Look for any contributing factors, if any, and make a measurable plan. Don't forget to follow up. And we're all guilty of this. We get busy. Follow up. Talk about performance issues. Do not talk about performance issues with other employees. Don't waste your time coaching unwilling participants, those falling stars that are never going to make it back up to a middle star. So Glassdoor estimates 52 days to fill a position, average of 3 months of training depending on the position, $1,250 for training, $4,000 to hire a new employee. It's a lot of money. So it's cheaper to keep her? I mean, you have the employees, work with the employees that you have. That's a lot of money and a lot of time.
So yeah, we really need to identify the middle stars that are going to be receptive to this training and to this, try to get them to move to the superstars. If they're not receptive to it, and if they're going to be a falling star, we have to identify it and cut it off before it costs us too much.
Sorry, that's American. We couldn't even figure out when we came.
couldn't figure out what the speed
we
limit
couldn't
was,
figure
I'm
out
gonna
what the
be
speed
honest.
limit.
I'm going to be honest. I was like,
well,
I said, I'm just going to follow whatever your other
that's
car's
what
doing. 'cause
we
I don't
were
know what I'm
afraid of
doing.
that, and I'm trying to look, and it's dark and it's raining, and I'm looking over, and I'm like, Kelly, I don't know, I can't see. And then we couldn't figure out the price of gas either.
We probably should have studied a little bit. I mean, like the kilometers per hour is this big on my speedometer, yet the other numbers are this big, and I'm like, I cannot see what that says. So yeah, that's American dollars. Oh wait, we went backwards. Hold on.
Well, how to keep coaching? Sorry, it was just some ideas.
But we probably covered most of those
Yeah, we
ideas that
did.
are in the video. She
Just had a neat little way of doing it
Yeah.
on index cards. Some of the books that I've read that you might find helpful, I threw in a few.
Fix them or fire them.
Fix them or out. You're fired.
And you guys will send a copy of this presentation.
Yes,
Everybody,
and
so,
hopefully
yeah.
the videos will be
come with it.
embedded. Some podcasts. I love Dave Burkus. He has some really good podcasts and books. And now Q&A. Anybody?
Even not a question and answer, but a comment, anything that you think would be relevant, or that a tool someone could use that we haven't mentioned that could.
Maybe you've tried.
All right then.
Well, we finished early because of our videos, so
Yes.
for that I apologize. But thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Decide how you're going to react, right? There's been a couple 5 things for me today. I know. Thank you so much, ladies. This is a little gift.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thanks. Okay, guys, the next session is actually our networking session. And what we're going to do is we're going to put some brown paper all over your tables and your little tent cards. And we've got some Sharpies that you're going to write on and really do a good networking. So if you can just take your personal stuff off of the table, we'll have it cleared, and then we'll put down the brown paper, and then we're going to start that at 2:45. So you have another little bit of a stretch break now. Okay?